Hello. Welcome. How are you?
Xin chào. Hoan nghênh.
Ban hue hong. Sawadi.
ยินดีต้อนรับคุณเป็นอย่างไรบ้าง Hello.
Shagadu.
Atvykę mum ats.
Zdravo.
Dobrodošli. Kako si? Sveiki. Laipni lūdzam.
Kataviet.
Kaip sekasi?
Guten Tag.
Willkommen.
Wie geht's dir?
Hey, mita cool. Hola.
Bienvenidos. ¿Cómo estás?
So, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Social Business Conference Elevate the Future 2022 here at the ISM University of Management and Economics in Vilnius. Welcome to everyone here. I mean, I'm happy to have such an international crowd today, but also welcome to everyone who's connecting online and is following our event. Yeah, what is the creative shock all about? The ones I'm pretty sure who are sitting here, they know it in their bones because they've working on it over the last weeks and especially in the last days. So the Creative Shock is a global business case competition for students. And I think it started everything in 2011. So we are here, I think now 10 years or 11 years later and still connecting students all around the world to work on real cases about social business. And the students, they are gathered from all around the world to solve finance, marketing, PR, also strategy problems for social businesses. And by organizing this competition, the ISM and the team of Creative Shock, they want to introduce students to real-life social business models. They want to invite them to learn from and with each other, and they want to promote social businesses all around the world. And I know that the participants in the first stage, they have to solve 2 real cases. And the top teams, they are selected, are invited to come to Vilnius for the final stage and to solve 2 final cases. And we have teams sitting here from Canada, from the US, from Germany, from Vietnam, Thailand, Spain, Serbia, Bangladesh, Finland and Latvia. And I would like to say a big applause to all the teams who came the long way or not so long here to the Vilnius. And actually tomorrow, I think on Sundays, the winners will be announced. So I'm already curious, but tomorrow we will know more. My name is Tobias. I'm German-Italian. I'm a guest lecturer here at ISM. And beside my research on transcultural leadership and cooperation at Zeppelin University in Germany, I work as a facilitator and magician. And I truly believe that social businesses are a bit like magic. They invite us to reimagine the future and they show us that the impossible is possible. And I look forward to moderating this event today. And I also would like to thank the whole team of the Creative Shock. I know they put a lot of effort into this over the last weeks and especially in the last days. I think they worked 24/7 to make this possible. So a big applause to the whole student team behind. And today we want to invite you, and actually we want to surprise you. We want to surprise you with stories. Stories about social businesses, because stories are the fire that we carry to each other. And you, like all the students sitting here, you have the opportunity now to listen and learn from experienced social entrepreneurs. So if you have questions or comments, you will be able to ask them directly. We have different experts coming also from America, from a long way, to discuss with you. And to warm up a bit for the conference, and I would like to invite you all now to take your hands just like this in front of you. Let's pretend we're writing a lot of emails, magically gonna disappear. And it's good that we warm up our hands a bit. The connection between hands, head, and heart is important, so we warm up our hands and the hands up. Oh, that looks always nice. And down, and up, and down, and up, and... And now, let's see who can do a bit of magic, like 1, 2, and... Oh, 3. Oh, not bad. Like, if you really want to practice your own magic skills, look, you can also take your thumb, 1, 2, and... You can take it off. If you do it literally in the right moment, you have a look, it looks real. 1, 2, 3. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's take our hands again. And I want you now, you can take your left or your right hand and just point a bit. And in a second, I will show you. I will invite you to close your eyes. And I want you to point into the direction of the future. Where do you have the feeling is the future? Okay, I show you how I'm doing it. I do like, for example, okay? So close your eyes now and please point into the direction of the future. Where is your feeling? Where is the future? And please stop now, okay? Oh, interesting. So I see a lot of people pointing upwards. So we have to go to the Mars or Moon. Some people pointing downwards, maybe about our planet or to the side. A lot of people point into the front, especially in Western countries. We believe the future is ahead of us. We can shape it. And this is what you can actually also do later. You can talk with your neighbor. Where did you point to? Because it's interesting that all the different cultures have different understandings about time, the future. And for example, people in Madagascar, the Malagasy, they believe the future is behind us because you cannot see it. And the past is in front of us because you can see it. So I invite you later to maybe talk with each other about where is actually the future. And first of all, I want to invite you, let's bring the plural into the future. Elevate the future, and I'm sure there are multiple futures. So if we talk today about future, let's use the plural. Let's talk about futures. And now I'm delighted actually to welcome Miss Reda Sutkovine from Manoguru. And I'm pretty sure a lot of students here, they know Manoguru very well. Manoguru is a social business from Vilnius, and they offered our students a real case to work on. And this case was actually the selection case for the students to come to Vilnius. A warm welcome and applause to Miss Sutkovine from Manoguru, and I hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. And I am Reda, very happy to welcome you this wonderful event. And this year we are partners of this wonderful organization, Creative Shock, and it was very important experience for us, right? Be our partners. And I know that this day will be very, very good. And I hope it brings a lot of good memories and good experience. So enjoy.
Thank you. So I think you can notice the whole event and the whole Creative Shock is actually about connecting different cultures, business cultures, the social, private, public sector with universities. And now, as you can see and imagine, this event would not be possible with sponsors. And we are thankful for all our amazing sponsors. And now I'm honored and I'm delighted to welcome our main sponsor and partner, Moody's. We are thankful for this ongoing cooperation. And it's my pleasure now to welcome Mr. Mariano Andrade Gonzalez. He's the country manager at Moody's Corporation here in Lithuania. And first of all, thank you so much for joining us today. And I hand it over to you for your welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me well? I always start by explaining myself what is the only part that makes me stress about the speech, my voice. So I'm done with that. But for me, it has been a real pleasure and a real honor to be supporting this initiative, not only since I've been at Moody's for the last 3 years, but before Moody's, I used to run Barclays, and Barclays was also supporting Creative Shock. So this particular Saturday in the calendar for me has always been a pleasure. First, because we get to see how the students from all over the world, and right now the representation has grown quite significantly. And it's quite impressive to see that we all care about, besides the prize, about social business. You know, what is social business, and can we make money while we're thinking socially? Can we make money and be socially responsible? Is there a problem to solve out there that can be our passion and can impact the community? And I think this is what's Creative Shock all about. Gathering the brightest minds from all over the world, from places as far as Vietnam or Canada, US, different parts of Europe, and coming to Lithuania to speak about the problem that you want to solve. How are you going to solve it? Why are you going to solve it? And I think for you guys to have a good judgment course through the very intensive weekend that you're going to spend in Lithuania for, what I want you to think and keep always close to your heart is what is the purpose. Obviously impacting the community, obviously being socially responsible, but what that purpose talks to you about. Why is it so important? I think the marketing pitch is always going to be important. It's important to sell. The how are you going to be doing it for us to understand the value chain and how you're going to deliver that value to the community is very important. But the thing that is going to make you win, and not only the competition, but the thing that is going to enable you to think correctly about what a social responsibility is when you're making money, is your purpose. And that's easy to say. I must say it's pretty difficult to find, and it's pretty difficult to maintain. It's going to be challenged many times. I mean, many of you have probably heard about Black Swan events, and it used to be quite popular in fintech, you know, Black Swan, and suddenly a unicorn grows up. But the Black Swan events is also when is something happening in the world that is so unbelievable that is shocking. And right now, I would say that in the last couple of years, we have seen 2 Black Swan events: a pandemic that, from the corporate perspective, sent us all to work from home with a click of an email, whilst the previous month, asking permission to work from home could be challenging depending where you were in the world. You know, the cultures changes, and corporate culture is also very different. But it was not easy to think that you can run your business completely remotely. And then we have a war in Ukraine. You know, another thing that we didn't think it was actually going to happen, and is happening as we speak. So thinking socially responsible and thinking about the community is imperative, not only for business, but also for culture, for peace, and for us to continue moving forward. So whether you point up, front, back, right, left, to your heart, wherever you point it now where your future is, it has to be with purpose. Purpose-driven, socially responsible, and making profit, of course. So I wish you great fun today. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of it. And I wish, I would say this probably is incorrect for the Creative Shock team, but I think all of you are winners if you're here today. But one of them will have to take the prize. So have fun thinking about your purpose, challenge your purpose, think about why, how, when, and continuously reinventing that purpose for you to be meaningful in life. Creating shock by making impact is what's important. So thank you. Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you so much once again to Moody's and Mr. Gonzalez. And thank you for mentioning the importance of social responsibility, also for business leaders, but for organizations in general, and reminding us of the Black Swan events. I can always recommend to every student the book from Nassim Taleb, which gives a beautiful introduction to this phenomena. So now, it's my honor and it's my pleasure to welcome the president of the ISM, Professor Dr. Dalius Misyunas. Professor Misyunas has more than 10 years of experience in different business organizations. He has worked at companies like Ernst & Young, Lietuvos, Energia, and Maxima Group. He also holds the position of independent member and chairman of the management board at Auga Group. He has also been involved in various educational activities as a member of the Council of Higher Education of Lithuania, as a chairman of the Council of the KTU, and as a member of the board at ISM. I hand it over to you, and first of all, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to your welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, welcome to ISM. Feel like you are at home. This is your home for this weekend, and I'm sure it's going to be a home for many more occasions and much longer time. Speaking about the conference and the name of it, a few questions came to my mind. First of all, what is social business? So, by definition, social business is a business which is built and designed to create an impact that would help to solve a social challenge. Second thing about social business is that it is a financially self-sustainable business, self-sufficient business. And the third thing about social business is that its profit is used to increase the impact. All right? So these three things tell us that it is a business that generates a profit that helps to increase the impact or to reinforce the purpose that Mariano was talking about. The second question: should we divide businesses into social businesses and non-social businesses? Historically, there is such division. We talk, this is social business conference, and if you go on the street, this is a non-social business going on. But is there really a difference, or what historically has been the difference between the two? And does it make sense? All right, let's explore. Social business is first of all about the purpose, but it's also about the profit. And it shows that these two can live in harmony. Regular business, non-social business, is historically more about the profit, however, also about the purpose, and more so as we speak. In 2011, Porter and Kramer said that there is a new definition of shared value. By the way, the same year the Creative Shock was founded. Okay? And shared value, in the short, is doing well by doing good. So they said that in any business, purpose and profit can live together. So the third question is very simple. So what is the future? Or the futures, right? So what is the future? The future is that every business is a social business. Simple as that. And therefore, to finalize my short speech here, I want to congratulate all of you. Because what you are going to be doing during this weekend is effectively creating the future. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Professor Misjunas, and thank you for actually giving that important distinction between what is actually a social business and a non-social business. And I think now it's time for the real magic of social businesses. And it's my pleasure now, in a few minutes, to welcome our first presentation and our first speaker. The Nobel Prize winner, Muhammad Yunus, once said that all human beings are born entrepreneurs. Some get a chance to unleash that capacity, some never got the chance, never knew that he or she has that capacity. And now it's time for our first speaker of today, and he is a multi-talented person. He is an entrepreneur, and I think you will actually soon feel and know why he's passionate about transforming our education sector, for example, but our societies actually in large for better. Mr. Ayman Arandi is a social entrepreneur and a product designer. He founded Iris Solutions in 2014, which later became the leading sensory education technology provider in the Middle East and North Africa. In 2017, he co-founded Penki Ponchuiche, my Lithuanian, you have to teach me, a children therapy center in Lithuania. This year, Iris' flagship product, the Sensory Ready, has been awarded the MIT Solve Award for Equitable Classroom. I am more than excited, and the title of his presentation makes me already curious: who, what, and why entrepreneurship crash course. I hand it over to you, Ayman, and thank you for joining us here today at ISM. Hello everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here with you, a diverse group, a lot of motivation. I'm here to talk to you and to run through some slides where we will be trying to define and explore a bit what is a social business, what makes it a social business, how. Then we're going to look on some of the tools that is helpful for you to structure your thoughts around a business. And maybe if we have some time, we'll be able to see how you are able to pitch a business or a social business. But starting with that, let me take you around 20 years ago, when it was the first time I would hear the word entrepreneurship. And I was like, what the hell is this word? How do I pronounce it? Is it entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship? I was not sure. And what's the real definition beneath it? One idea that came to mind is what will be the translation of such word in my mother tongue. And I speak Arabic, and I found that it's a word that is ra'id, a word that is connected to an astronaut, space astronaut. And by digging deeper, I find that such word has very ancient origins in tribes all across the world. A ra'id, or an entrepreneur, is the person among the tribe who goes ahead of everyone, looking for resources and trying to mitigate risk for the whole tribe, come back and guide them all into safety, which at the essence represents the soul and the purpose and the mindset of an entrepreneur today in our world. Working with entrepreneurs throughout my career, I've noticed that in order to be a social entrepreneur, you need to have the mindset to be aware of 4 main things. This is an observation that it can be right for some, might be different for others. But every social entrepreneur I've met throughout my journey is self-conscious. He's aware. She's knowledgeable of what's happening around her. Is purpose-driven. There is an objective, a mission that you're working towards. A resourceful person is able to capture resources and opportunities, to spot opportunities, and of course is empathetic. Empathetic is helpful in order to understand other people's emotion, and also helps us in order to design services and design products. Building a social enterprise, it's quite a hectic and daunting job. And people who manage to put themselves in a place where they're doing something that's meaningful for them, something that they love and they enjoy, something that they're good with, and there is a demand for it, which is somehow represented in a concept called ikigai. Check it out, read a little bit about it. It's an excellent concept, especially for people who are starting or kicking their careers and asking the question, where do I start? Everyone is talking about social entrepreneurship. We're doing a conference here. We're gathered from all over the world to discuss about this. What makes it unique? Why governments, institutions, universities are trying to push this concept to everyone around? Well, basically because it's helpful for 3 parts of the equation. First, for the society. When you are building or solving a social problem, you're building value. You're providing a better service. You're solving a problem for the society, which there is a financial transaction underneath it.
you're creating wealth within the society and you're distributing it. And of course, on an individual level, it's a self-exploration journey. You will learn so much about yourself because you'll have to be the CEO, the CMO, you have to be the janitor, you have to be the writer, you have to be the secretary, you have to be everything in order to have a way to solve a social challenge and create money out of it. And that is one of the magical things about social entrepreneurship. Hello, I think I had a very nice introduction. My name is Ayman. I've been working around this field for quite a while. I'm an engineer. I also love creating things. And it happens that I am working in education sector and technology, which I love. I design relaxation rooms for children. Check it out. It's quite interesting. And I'm always on a pursuit for impact. Such a word. Everyone is tossing the word impact. What is impact? Is it a new word? Is it an old word? I always like to look in the history of words. Well, since ancient Egypt, humans and people tried always to do charity, to do impact. And it's by simply people with wealth, people with resources would be able to donate, to give to someone some of their resources to enhance their life. It's like walking across the street, seeing someone who's in pain or in need, and you would give €1 or whatever. That's charity. That's good. It's great. But the trick about this type of impact and this type of charity is that it's a linear relationship. If you will be feeding someone who's in need, it would take you €1. To feed 10, it will take you €10. If you want to feed 1 million, it will take you €1 million. That's a very direct relationship. But then, some of the people who were smarter or wanted to improve this said, well, we can do something called sustainable charity, where you would be building an organization or dedicating a facility, a park, a factory, something that will serve the society. Any profit that is generated will be given back to charity. So instead of being reliant on that linear equation, we're making it a bit more sustainable. And one of the great examples of this, Mr. Muhammad Yunus, who won the Nobel Prize for his bank, microfinance bank, and was able to nail the word social venture or social entrepreneurship within our field, within our times. But then comes the new concept, or also an old concept, which is the social entrepreneurship. The ability to build a for-profit business. You are building a for-profit. You want to create money. You want to generate. But at the same time, you are generating value. The exchange of the service that you're doing is being monetized. And the beauty of this, that you are solving a problem and also making wealth at the same time, which is, in a way, you are exchanging a bit of your profit into social impact, back into the society. And what's cool about this is that usually there is 2 options of companies, till recently, that you can operate within. Either a for-profit organization with the main objective to increase the value of the shareholders' money. So all your objectives within a for-profit is to make more money. While on the other hand, NGOs is a way to address serious problems within the society, but they are reliant on donations, they're reliant on different agendas, on the agenda of the money, and they're not sustainable. At the same time, for-profit businesses can recruit top talent because they pay big money. And suddenly, with this model of social entrepreneurship, you are somewhere in between. And countries like Lithuania are even now putting new regulations in order to allow newer generations to register under social entrepreneurship. And, well, Impact 4.0, we just heard it, and this is how I would love to see the future. Every business will be a social business. If it's within the DNA of this business, it have impact within it. What makes it unique that right now, the largest financial transaction is happening. A big wealth is moving from one generation into another, to millennial and Generation Z, to you. You are the people who will make the decisions for all the world within the next 40 to 60 years. All the resources on the planet will be moving into the next generation. What makes this cool is that the newer generation, there are some studies that suggest, are more socially aware. Millennials are ready to pay higher prices for product while saying, if it says it's organic, if it says this is more socially sustainable, even if it's more expensive, which shows an indication what is the goal that they're aiming for. Now we shift gears into another topic, which is what does it take in order to build a social business or a business in general? Well, it's simple, guys. 3 things. You'll need the mindset, you need the skill set, and you need resources. Let's open this up a bit. There are so many things you need to have as a mindset in order to build a business. As I've mentioned, it's really hard. You need to be visionary, action-oriented, you want to be diverse, or you have high ownership, you have a vision. So many traits and so many behavior patterns. But the 3 things that I've noticed will keep entrepreneurs on their track to achieve success are 3. Purpose-driven, understanding the value and the mission that you are driven by. Because what happens after a couple of months or a couple of years, when you're hit by this obstacle and that, we tend to forget what we're trying to do. We get a lot of noise while we're building our organization. Sticking to the purpose would keep us all aligned. Second, you want to have grit. Grit is resilience. Grit is the ability to persevere, to continue with all the difficulties that you have. And third, you want to have empathy. Empathetic people create the best products, create the best services, and create the best businesses, which is a bit funny. And empathy is used throughout a lot of places, whether you are hiring someone or doing your design thinking process or building your customer service or sales pipeline. Empathy is always there. In terms of resources, usually the first thing that comes to our mind is cash, money. But is it? It's not. First of all, there is abundance of financial resources that allows you to move forward in order to accelerate your work, in order to get to build the social entrepreneurship organization you want. Whether it's grants, support, your friends and family, your savings, that's one. Also, you have the resources around you, monetized resources like spaces. Well, the campus that you are in, the laptop that you have. But this is what it takes. If you're resourceful, your mindset is resourceful, you'll be able to spot these resources around you. And third, and the most important, is the human resource, which is what do you have within you? How good you are in a skill, and what is your network? Knowing and having access to knowledge and network is something that also allows you to move ahead faster and quicker. And one thing just to share with you, one of the top 3 reasons why startups fail, and just to give you an indication, maybe think about it for a second, the percentage of success for startups around the world is around, put a number in your head, it's around 1%. So out of 99 companies would fail and 1 will continue. Among the top reasons of that is having good human resources, having good team. So whenever you want to build something, it's all about having the right team working with you and moving forward with you. Okay. Usually when we want to build the service or the product, we focus on the technology. I always hear, we want to build a mobile app. We want to build a web platform. We are building this service and that service. Within a business, and specifically a social business, it's all about the ability to define a problem. The clearer the problem that you're defining, the better your solution and your process will move forward. One of the tools in order to do this, and I will just mention it here, I will not dive more into it, it's design thinking. And what I want you to know about this process that helps you in brainstorming, it's an iterative process, which represents one way or one style of work when building businesses. It's a spiral. It looks like a spiral, an iterative process. And if we look at the steps, it's about understanding, doing market research, exploring the solutions, connecting to the client, to the person who you want to solve the problem, and materialize, prototype, and keep working and refining. What makes this idea magical is that usually in the last 50 years, the way of thinking was like a waterfall. I go from one step into another. I finish the market research, then I start building the product. After I build the product, I continue in order to test it. So it looks like also a linear equation. But for design thinking and this methodology, it's all about moving and doing sprints and keep improving. Every time you're doing something, you keep moving. And if you would think about it, why is that? Why not like a waterfall? It's as simple as that. You don't know. You don't have enough information when you start building your service. It takes a lot of knowledge and building experience in order to design the perfect product and the perfect service that is able to solve a problem and able to make you money. Another tool that is helpful, and I hope you're all familiar with, if not, we'll just walk quickly on it. I see we have just a couple of minutes, then we will move into Q&A, is a good old friend called the Business Model Canvas. It's simply a map to help you structure your thoughts, put your thoughts on paper. Because when we're thinking about a business, there is so many variables, there are so many things in order to take into consideration. So the business model canvas helps us simply to answer these questions: how, what, why, and how much. If you're able to answer these questions while designing your work, you already have some sort of a blueprint how to continue forward, how to explain your idea to other potential team members or investors that you want to access finance through. Another way to read this business model canvas is what's outside the organization that I need to understand, which is mainly the client. Who is my client? What are the activities inside my organization that I need to refine, optimize, and make sure that it works in the best way? And what comes in, what goes out? It moves so quickly. Well, I can leave. I was suggested that I should maybe leave this part more into the Q&A if you have a question. But the one thing that I want you, again, to emphasize on is your customer. Defining your problem is tightly connected to your customer. You cannot build the business without meeting and without interacting and falling in love even with your customer, because that's where the holy grail of all the information is about. And then the way in order to work with the business model canvas, you go through one block to another. Customer segmentation: who is my customer? Who are my users? I need to define that. What is the value that I'm offering? Is it I'm solving a pain? I'm giving a vitamin to my client? How I will distribute my service? And how I will build my customer relationship? Is it a personal? Am I handling it through the phone? Is it going to be through a website? Am I meeting them personally? These are the questions that you want to address. And there are tons of tools online that you can access and will help you to go through this step by step. How I will make money? what are the main activities in order to build and in order to move forward with my business, what are the resources that I require, if financial, if human resources, who are the partners that I want to work with in order to deliver the value proposition that I promised, and what cost this business will have in order to function. In the world of social business, the business model canvas is a little bit modified by adding also a social impact and a social cost. Because it's not only about making the money, but I want to be aware how do I change the life of people, and I would add it usually for impact investors. My last section of the presentation is how to pitch your business. What I want you to know is that throughout the stages of the business, there are different types of investors that you communicate with. If you're still at the very start of the business, which is if you have an idea or you have a prototype, your investor is called usually an angel investor, who would take somewhere between 3% to 12% of your business and will give you something between 5,000 euros up to €1 million, depending on how mature the market that you operate within. As you move forward, there is seed investment and there is Series A and Series B. Each type of investor requires a different messages and different data points and different validations. And this is one way in order to see how the company would grow through different stages. There are 4 documents you always want to have in order to communicate with your investor. First, you want to have 1-pager that is an executive summary of everything you want to deliver. Then a pitch deck, which I believe you might be presenting today, or if you're building for your business, you want to have it. A business plan comes in a later stage, and then what you want to get is usually a meeting face-to-face with the investor to be able to close the deal of getting the resources. Quickly, 10 slides that you want to always have within your pitch deck. You want to have your title and what you are asking for in terms of investment. You want to have your problem definition. What is the problem you're defining, you're trying to solve? What is the solution or the value proposition that you're offering through your business? What is your secret sauce? What makes your business different than anything available in the market? How you're going to make money? How you're going to go to the market, how you will achieve your first 5, 10 clients, 100 clients, 2,000 clients. How does your service looks like when compared to other competitors? And who is among your team, along with a forecast of some financials. You can add more details if you have traction, if you manage to do something on the ground, this is what you want to offer. And at the end, I wanted just to say that building a social business requires to have resilience, care, and innovation at the heart of the entrepreneur who is doing that. I hope that was helpful. Now we can move into a Q&A section. If you have a question, if you want to dive deeper into one of these sections that I presented. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ayman. We can both come to the stage. And I invite now all the students here, if there are any questions to Ayman about his also journey as a social entrepreneur. I think it was great. You actually gave all of you more or less a plan, a step-by-step. So if you go, the slides are already prepared.
Yeah.
Also for maybe tomorrow for your pitches. So yeah, if you have any question, please raise your hand. We have 2 assistants on the side. They will hand you a microphone. And yeah, we can start over there with the man. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, how would you recommend a person would start their business? Should they go the hard way, the less riskier way through climbing corporation ladders, building reputation in the industry, or should they just try going in the industry, try starting a business out of nowhere without like any experience from the industry itself?
You said it. It's a great question. It's a very common question. My thoughts is one of the best ways to do it is to join a startup, before building a startup. You will see the dynamics, what happens inside it. And that, through that, you will get a lot of insight. The second thing is that you want to work within the sector that you are aiming to work with. And the third thing, the more resources that you have, it doesn't have to only mitigate risk, but it also gives you a faster route. So my style of working, or my school of thought in terms of this, don't jump immediately into it before testing water. How to test water? Join a startup, work within your sector, and get as many resources as possible, and then you will feel the moment of leap of faith. Hope this answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. So test the water and learn swimming. We had another question over there. Huh? I saw a hand before. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. Then over here.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. My question is, from your experience, what's the biggest problems that you face or the biggest hurdles to start both of your social enterprises?
Thank you. So every stage has its own challenges. There are internal challenges within the self. There are internal challenges within the organization, as I mentioned, and I do believe the biggest challenge is the human resource and having a strong team on your back. There is external challenges which has to do with the market, which has to do how fast you gain access in order to, for finance to accelerate the business and the work. It's a quite specific, sector-specific, stage-specific, but there is one slide within the presentation that lists the top 20 reasons of failure, which, in other words, the biggest 20 challenges. And the one on the top, so you would know because I didn't manage it, is to have a product misalign the market. What happens, a common mistake that entrepreneurs would do, they fall in love with their idea. They are they're high on their idea, and they stop seeing that they think they are the customers or they are the users. It might be, but rarely. You wanna try to externalize yourself from thinking as a customer, because what happens is after you build the product, you discover that it's only you maybe who would want to use it. So that's one of the main reasons. It's product mismatch. The second one is lack of finance. Cash is king, guys. Cash is the water that keeps organization working. If the cash is not there, well, that is compensated by the team and the spirit of the team. The more that the team is committed under the vision of the entrepreneurs who wants to build the social entrepreneurship, the more that they can go further with limited resources until they manage to get to the point, which is the magical point called product market fit. And that is a keyword. I invite you all to check it out, product market fit. This is the magical point that you want to get.
Thank you, and thank you for getting back to this very interesting slide about the 10 most reasons why social entrepreneurs fail. We have some other questions on this side. Yes, I think here.
Hello, my name is Victoria, and I'm head of Lithuanian Social Business Association. So it's really a nice celebration, a nice weekend to just enjoy and hear all those inspiring stories. My question is, it's a really beautiful idea about Impact 4.0. Yes, so to have one day in the future, we'll have that all companies are impact purpose-driven. What three factors need to be in place that it could happen? What are your ideas?
Thank you, Victoria, and hello. Well, the Impact 4.0 is a way that society is trying to address the severe and aggressive culture of capitalism. It's all about consuming resources to create value. 4.0, I do believe it's imminent. We'll have to go through it. It will happen, and even stats are supporting it by when I showed the generation theory, different generation theories. In terms to answer the question, knowledge is one of them, which is why we're here, learning more, discussing this topic more. Regulations, government providing more support for social entrepreneurs by reducing tax, giving more resources, and so on. And third, defining what are the main problems, which you can easily check out SDGs, United Nations SDGs, where it's a good place in order to start. That's my thought, and yeah.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for sharing your optimism
Of
that
course.
it will work. I think we have time for 2-3 more questions. Yeah, over there. Or we can also. Yeah.
Hey,
Hello.
my name is Konstantinos, and I want to ask something about the design thinking approaches that you refer in your presentation. I want to ask if it's like more actually product dependent, and I mean that the waterfall approach that you mentioned, isn't it necessary to be used in like big products? Like, I mean, it's different to design the new Airbus or the new Boeing, and different to design like a mobile app. The Spring approach is really easy to be implemented in the mobile world, like the alpha, beta versions. But is it possible also to be implemented in big devices or big products like cars, even medicines or other products?
Okay, thank you for the question. It's clear. Let me just be clear, guys, about design thinking. What I did here is just mentioning the topic. We didn't dive into it. And I trust within your studies, within your universities, you've tried, you've came across with it. Is it something that can be used for other ways? Well, I invite you all to read the Agile Manifesto. It's a way in order to manage things. It worked so well for software that now companies in marketing, in e-commerce, in different sectors are using the same methodology for it. Coming to the second part of your question, does it suit for building a car? Well, I don't think so. If it's a project that we're talking about manufacturing, large manufacturing, then sensitivity and accuracy needs to be high. The trick about design thinking, what makes it suitable for early stage startups is because usually an entrepreneur lacks all the knowledge. So the way the spiral process allows you to move forward without having the full information with you, without having all the data with you. Because usually it will put a block in front of you saying, I don't know the market size. I don't know how the client will react. I'm not sure how the regulations will do. And these blocks, in order to remove them, design thinking come into place. Many theories, but my main call is check out Agile Manifesto. You will love it if you didn't read it before, I think.
Great, noted. Another question, yeah, here on the side. Let's wait for the microphone, and we have another question.
Hello, my name is Karolis. I wanted to ask one thing which I found new in iterative process and which I find very pleasant, that there is a step of empathy, empathize. Could you elaborate a little bit more? Is it more related to social business, that step? Because in other iterative I didn't notice that there is. And from your experience, how much, for example, in creating new business or new startup, you put importance on empathy, and also how to deal with empathy in this capitalistic world? And do you find some, I don't know, struggles in capitalism world and empathy?
Thank you for the question. Well, my suggestion, or I would challenge that, empathy is part of designing any business, whether it's a social business or very capitalistic business. Why is that? It comes specifically within the product and service design, but also within sales and marketing. In order to connect with potential clients in the market, you want to deliver messages that connects with the people, and this is where empathy comes in place. Just to make sure, empathy is about the ability to feel another, to imagine yourself in the shoes of another person. That is a very vital process, whether you're building a normal business or not. We can dive more into this, but I do believe it's part of all processes. One last word about empathy. I do believe if I would take it out from the business world, it's a human thing. Empathy is a human natural feeling, and it's something to nurture. It's something that allows us to take care of ourselves, our families, our friends and loved ones, and design services and products and value for them. So I'm a big believer that empathy can be part of solving the problems of the world.
Yeah, thank you. I strongly believe as well that actually empathy is the reason why we created civilizations. Huh?
Yes.
Why we cooperate, this is a human thing. If you're interested in this topic, Why to Cooperate by Michael Tomasello. It's trying to distinguish us humans from other animals, and empathy is the key. A last final quick question. Oh, this was a quick hand, you saw?
Okay.
So a quick question and then...
First, congratulations on your presentation.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask if you're aware of the phenomenon of greenwashing. It's like energy companies, oil companies try to take advantage of the government legislation and incentives and try to invest some money on renewable energy, for example, just to take advantage of it and make more profit. Their purpose is not like that moral. Are you afraid or aware of any such phenomenon occurring in social businesses, maybe now or in the future?
Thank you. Clear. And of course, yes, there are people who tries to hijack the concept of business, not even social business, in order just to focus on increasing the capital. And it will keep happening. And this is why, and that's a very good point to finish this discussion with, I do believe social business or social entrepreneurship is a mindset. It's not a checklist, guys. It's not a book that you read and then you would, I need to do 1, 2, 3, so I become a social business. If you carry the social business mentality, then every decision that you make, whether which marketing agency I'm working with in order to promote my product, 2, how does the team that I will work with would look like, 2, which financial institution I will work. All these decisions will be influenced by the mentality of social business. It's not about having the stamp of saying, I have a social business. It's the entrepreneur who is driving this organization. Having this mentality will continue. And there will always be ways in order to abuse this power or abuse this mission, but on the long term, I believe that humanity is smart enough to understand this is going for a social good, or this is only trying to capitalize on this concept like the greenwashing or what's they're trying to do as it's being popping out here and there. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you once again. Thank you, Ayman, for joining us here today.
My pleasure.
To all the students, I think you will not magically disappear, so he will be around if you have any further questions or you want to get in contact. Use this opportunity. Ayman, a big applause and thank you for joining us.
Thank you all. Good luck. Thank you.
So, and we just continue with that great discussion, and now it's time actually for our second speaker of today, and she is a true inspiration. And to all the students who are listening now and who want to maybe learn more about creating a social impact brand, so about really reaching your target audience, you should listen carefully now. And yeah, I have to say thank you for taking the long way from New York to Vilnius. I heard they arrived yesterday. So Miss Sophia Sunwo is a 3-time entrepreneur who has built startups ranging from fashion, clean water access to startup education. She sold her first business at the age of 22, growing it to 250 major retailers worldwide before her exit. Her startups have been recognized by Forbes, Crunchbase and others. Sophia is a Forbes 30 under 30 honoree for social entrepreneurship, a Fred Alger Finance Award winner, and named one of the world's 100 most inspiring women by Salt Magazine and Diego. Sophia currently is the brand growth director at Special Sauce Branding and the founder of ISM Strategy, where she also actually helped numerous female founders to go from a side hustle to a full-time business owner by helping them to create unique brand fingerprints. And now she's here with us, and her title of the presentation is How to Create Memorable Social Impact Brands. And yeah, I hand it over to you, Sophia, and thank you for joining us here today.
Hello, hello. Okay, perfect. All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. Let's see if this works here. So today I'm going to talk about how to create a memorable social impact brand. So a lot of you, as you're going through your competition and thinking about how to present yourself, definitely pay attention to this, because I'm going to give you a lot of tips and hacks that I personally use when it comes to advising brands that I work with. So just to give you a bit of background, so as mentioned before, I've been a 3-time entrepreneur now. I've been in startups for 14 years. I've worked in everything from fashion to startup education to clean water access. So I was working in Cameroon and West Africa and also in India for 8 years, where we worked with communities to bring clean water and create maintenance systems as well for clean water systems. So I've worked everywhere from corporations to startup brands to rural communities. So when it comes to thinking about how do you create brands and how do you communicate your mission, I've worked with a lot of different contexts. I also have an undergraduate degree in design thinking and business and a graduate degree in international policy. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about how these three worlds collaborate and can work together. So I've worked and built a lot of brands. So I'm the person that names a brand. I'm a person that thinks about what is the website going to look like? What is the first impression going to be? What is the go-to-market strategy going to look like? So I'm going to talk about one piece of that today, which is just when it comes to thinking about your brand fingerprint and how you launch into the world. How do you do that so that you are the most effective and the most successful? Because first impressions are really important, especially in today's world where attention spans are really short. So what is a brand? So just to kind of create a foundation here. So when I think of a brand, I think of the obvious, like logo, design, colors, identity, personality, and voice. And why these kind of characteristics are really important is because it helps customers set expectations about you, who you are, and it allows you to build relationships with customers, and it also creates memorability. So for me, I kind of defined a brand as like a fingerprint, where when you do a really, really good job of establishing these characteristics, people will remember you and kind of identify you and pick you out of a crowd. So for example, brands that are global and that everyone recognizes immediately are Apple, Coca-Cola. Even if you change the name of their logos, people still know that it's Apple, people still know that it's Coca-Cola. There's also an element of emotional memory, where a lot of brands are just so good at how they communicate and the type of marketing that they put out there, is that there's an emotional memory that we as consumers always associate with these brands. So if you think about, for example, Google at the end of the year always releases an end of year video that's super emotional and makes you cry, that is actually a really, really intentional brand move, because they are trying to create an emotional memory associated with their brand. Another thing about branding that I love is that this is actually a huge asset that provokes action in consumers. So when I think of good branding, I think of this is the catalyst that provokes action amongst consumers to purchase, rally behind your cause, create an impact with you. So branding is really important for that reason as well. And if you're looking at these characteristics and you're kind of like, this sounds like a person. That's because really, really good branding evokes kind of feelings of building a relationship with the person. So this is why influencer culture has become so big. This is why the Kardashians are one of the most lucrative, profitable families in the world right now from a business perspective, is because influencer culture is kind of like the 2.0 evolution of brands, where they are an actual human that has a personality and voice, but now they are being leveraged to sell things. So I personally think that watching influencers is actually a really, really strong exercise if you're trying to learn more about how to become a stronger brand, because a lot of these influencers exercise a lot of the characteristics seen in really strong brands nowadays. Another thing I want to point out is that with branding, we are currently living in an attention economy right now, where currency of action. So action is always, always a byproduct of attention. And right now, it's basically a race of any brand that garners the most attention for their business. They are the ones that will become the most profitable, provoke the most action, create the most impact. So something to kind of hold on to every time. It's a great marker when it comes to figuring out, is my brand successful, thoughtful? If it demands attention, that's when you know that you have succeeded in creating a great brand. So what does good branding look like? So good branding to me is, number one, it helps you raise more funds, which leads to more impact and makes your life easier when it comes to that. Number two is that it also attracts your ideal customers and rejects the customers you don't want. We've all heard, like, niche down your brands, niche down who your customers are. Good branding is really, really, the niching down is an important facet in order to achieve a good brand. A good brand is also makes you memorable. It's something that people will catch you, like Apple, Coca-Cola, these brands you remember instantly because of how good of a branding job they did. So that's what good branding does for me. Another thing is that good brands are never ambiguous. This kind of goes back to the second point, is that if you do a strong, clear job of identifying who your ideal customers are and you communicate that, your brand is going to be clear as day. There's never going to be any ambiguity about who you are, what your personality is, and also what you stand for from a value system. And I'm going to talk about that in a bit here, just to give you a teaser there. But good branding also creates obsession. When you are captivated and romanced to a point, it is because a brand has done a really, really good job of creating that emotional link and that bonding where you are so obsessed to the point that you want to purchase. The act of purchasing is actually a really, really difficult action to accomplish, so good branding really helps in accomplishing that. Bad branding. Now, when we think about bad branding is what stops traction. It leads to no funds raised, no visibility. You're not able to rally supporters. No matter how amazing your mission is, if you have bad branding, you're really not gonna achieve the impact you want. It's actually gonna degrade your progress. So yeah, no visibility. You're also not going to hit the reach that you want if you can't communicate exactly what it is as far as impact and the change you want to make in the world. Bad branding really just throws like a big black paint all over everything you've ever created. So everything from your marketing plan, your sales plan, to your business plan. If you had bad branding, it really just puts black paint all over it, and it kind of makes it null in a lot of situations if you aren't doing a great job, and really affects your growth. So good branding is really important for these reasons. Now, what does a good brand actually look like? So Number one, connecting with your customers and having that strong brand personality and voice is super important. And the reason for this is because it creates trust and confidence when you have a strong brand personality and voice. If you think about like meeting a new friend for the first time, going on a date, if someone doesn't have a brand personality and voice, and when I say brand personality, I just mean human personality, but if that's not strong and they don't seem confident in what they're talking about, they don't establish trust with you. You're kind of like, oh, this person's not confident at all. I don't really want to engage with them. It also creates a lack of believability of, is this person who they say they are? And the second thing is they have a brand promise. And this is this result or transformation that the brand promises that they will achieve via the work that they do. So this is such an important component because you essentially having a North Star as a business is something that is especially important nowadays when it comes to brands that are targeting millennial and Gen Z consumers. I'm sure you've seen and have seen so many examples out there where millennials and Gen Z consumers actually demand this from the corporations that they buy from, where if they have no value system, if they have no backbone when it comes to, discrimination or the planet, or, someone talked about greenwashing before, if these consumers sniff any of that, that is something that breaks the trust of a lot of consumers. So having a brand promise and understanding the North Star that your consumers can rely on, that is the thing that they've promised me and I can expect them to deliver. That is something that you want to establish early on and make sure that you can follow through on that. Another thing is memorable brand identity. Look, if your mission is really long and it's hard to remember, like no matter how amazing your mission is, no one is going to talk about you. The best marketing is free marketing, so making sure that how you communicate and talk about your brand is short, to the point, and memorable is the only formula. If you walk away from this presentation with one thing, it's like this last one: creating memorability and figuring out ways to communicate what you do in a succinct and memorable way is so important. So how does this all kind of tie into social impact brands, social businesses? So the first thing that I always recommend is make sure that you have some kind of meaningful personal story or a why statement. So this is going back to that believability element. No one's going to believe you if they feel like the reason why you started your social business lacks heart or it lacks believability. Greenwashing is a huge reason for that. Millennials and Gen Z consumers are really suspicious and can call out when someone is being disingenuous or not authentic at all in their mission. So really making sure that you create that connection is so important. The second thing is a reachable impact goal. So if your consumers don't have an understanding of what your North Star is, then they are really not going to believe that the positive impact you want to make in the world is actually feasible and realistic. So sitting down and really defining for yourself what is this impact goal that our business is trying to create, and how can we rally audiences behind this goal is an important second piece. Third piece is audience participation and doing good. Let's make it as easy as possible and irresistible as possible for our consumers to engage and to make impact with us together. So this is such an important third element, and I'm going to kind of walk through some examples here to show what it looks like in practice. So one brand I really like that does a really good job of kind of capturing those three components is Reformation. So Reformation is a clothing brand, but they're super, super sustainability focused. They are pretty rigorous in their impact and KPI, and also their engagement process with their audience. So their personal story of why here, they define it as they care a lot about the fact that a lot of the clothing industry has worked with workers in terrible conditions. They want to change that. That's why they built a local factory in order to create a business that actually aligns with their belief system and mission. So they say very clearly here in the Our People statement what exactly is their why and what is that personal story that they're like passionate about and have empathy for. The second piece is they actually have this is a KPI component of like their brand promise and their North Star. They actually created an internal KPI system of holding their business accountable of, hey, we have this internal rating system of like green, yellow, orange, and red, where we make sure that via this process and this rating system, we judge internally how we're doing. So this is something that this is all accessible on their website so that everyone can read about it and participate in their internal KPI system and understand this is how they're going to accomplish their brand promise. The third thing is audience participation in doing good. So like this last paragraph here, we talk about how every week they put out limited edition collections, and they do it in a specific way. They start with small quantities. They also work with dead stock because they want to be less wasteful. So you can shop on their website and you can get alerted when their limited collections come out. So they make it super, super easy to participate in their impact process. So a second example is United by Blue. I personally like how they communicated their story and their brand. They do it in a super succinct, memorable way. So right in the first sentence, we've always been a little obsessed with trash. That is an amazing hook sentence right there. And it's not like super professional, it's not super floral, it's super simple, it's authentic, it creates an emotional bond, which is why I love this statement, is because it comes from a place of you feel like you're talking to your friend about this, the way that they've communicated this. So this is a really, really great example of their personal why. And they continue this where they even talk about it a little bit more and just how they personally participated in the process of cleaning up garbage and wildlife at beaches. So this is also like a great demonstration of how they've actually actioned and created impact because they were motivated by their why. They talk about how they've removed over 4.1 million in trash. That's really amazing. This is a different way to show your KPI statement of this is the impact we've already done. That's actually way more convincing than showing like a future number. They're showing this is a number we've already gotten rid of. So I think that this is great, and it's only 2 sentences long. This is incredibly impactful. People will remember this. 4.1 million is really easy to remember. So this is also a great kind of demonstration of, from a branding perspective, how to talk about your impact goal. Audience participation in doing good. 1 product equals 1 pound. That is easy to remember, super impactful, and also it makes people feel good when they're like, oh, I just have to buy 1 thing and it removes 1 pound of trash. This is a really, really great way to communicate audience participation and also make the barrier to entry for your shoppers super, super low. So this is such a great example of how to kind of bring all of these pieces together. So some takeaways here from looking at these 2 brands. Number 1, these brands aren't afraid to call out what's not working and talk about why they want to fix it. Having a conversation and being authentic in calling out what's wrong and what's next as far as the future you want to create is a really, really wonderful and impactful way of communicating this like personal story why statement. The second thing is that they're constantly measuring impact, and they're doing it their own way through, like, Reformation has an internal rating system, and then United by Blue has the impact statement of, like, these are how many pounds of trash that we've removed. The third thing is that they extend their mission to their customers, and they make it really, really easy. And at the end of the day, when you're going through your own individual businesses, kind of think through that. How can we make this as easy as possible, even if personally I feel like our consumers can do more. Sometimes like the problems I kind of come across with the brands I work with in social impact is that they kind of overcomplicate this last piece where they're like, oh, but consumers can do so much more. Let's show off how impressive it can be. Just because something is impressive and like a bit more complex, it's not necessarily as effective. So I always encourage people, dumb it down to the point that a 5-year-old could understand your kind of impact statement as far as doing good between the brand and the audience. So I have put together just like these 3 quick exercises of how you can apply this to your brand. I encourage just like taking a picture of these exercises and you can kind of do it later with your team. But the first exercise of figuring out what's your why, answer the following questions. Number 1, why are you passionate about this cause? What compelled you to start it? Number 2, what's broken in your business and how can you go about fixing it? And then number 3, what was missing in the solutions that are available right now? And how are you filling this gap? This is actually also a good question to ask if you're trying to define your unique value proposition or your secret sauce. Number 2, what's the impact you want your brand to make? The first question is, what kind of change do you want to create through your work? Do you want to help X people get Y solution? Do you want to help reduce Z, like the number of waste, by this amount in the world? Number 2, do you have any numbers and milestones that you want your business to reach? And number 3, how will your customers hold you accountable to your impact? What numbers can they rely on in order to measure that for themselves? And the third exercise, what's the impact your customer wants to make on the world? Now, there's obviously a lot of question, I feel like, amongst like social entrepreneurs of what's the impact we want to make around the world on the world, but there also has to be this alternate questioning of, what does your customer want, and how do we bridge that gap between our want for social impact and their want for social impact? And that's kind of where that dumbing down comes into play. Like, make sure it's simple enough for a 5-year-old to understand, and you'll reach a really great kind of brand equilibrium with that. I also like to encourage, because a lot of times I find that social entrepreneurs have a lot of difficulty, and this is entrepreneurs in general actually, they have a lot of difficulty of figuring out their customer from like a non-textbook perspective. And what I encourage people to do to kind of break that mentality is Instagram. So I think Instagram is a great community and kind of case study of all of your customers and how they communicate and how they present themselves to the world, and you can actually use it as an asset when it comes to customer research. So looking at your target customer, looking at how do they talk about themselves, what emojis are they using in their Instagram bio, how do they represent themselves to the world, what words are they using, and when it comes to impact, like what do they care about and what do they feel like they need to express in a place like their Instagram bio or their Instagram feed. So this is a really great way to figure this out. What kind of photos do they use? How do they express themselves visually? This is also a great way when you're trying to align the visual components of your customers with like the visual components of your brand. You can actually bridge that gap really easily by doing this research on a place like Instagram. So just like a quick kind of like, this is how you bring all those exercises together. Number 1, from exercise 1, you can actually create a social impact manifesto, which defines, these are the beliefs our brand has. This is the reason why we're passionate about the issues that we're tackling. Number 2, taking your exercise from taking your answers from exercise 2 and turning them into key impact metrics. That's something that you can present really nicely on your website and your documents. And number 3, take your answers from exercise 3 and connect your impact to the impact your customer wants to make. And when you put, make sure that number 2 and number 3 make sense to each other. This is something I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs make as far as the mistake goes. Sometimes the metrics don't align with what the customer actually wants to make from an impact perspective. So that's something to just look out for. But yeah, so that is kind of a quick rundown of my recommendations of creating an awesome social impact brand. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Sophia, thank you so much. I think we have time for a few questions. So, same game as before, and I see already a question over here to you, Sophia.
Obviously, having a brand is definitely important, and having a unique brand and voice. And I was wondering what you think of the so-called corporate Memphis style, where companies use similar logos and similar fonts and colors, and the Alegria style with like flat-looking, unproportional people. I was just wondering what you make of all that.
So I think that that works up to a certain point. I think it's a great baseline, but I think that millennial and Gen Z consumers are just way smarter, and they're a lot more design savvy than past consumers. So I think that it's a good starting point, because there are things psychologically that work really well from a design perspective and is proven to work well. So I think those kind of rules and proven elements are important to understand. But at the end of the day, I think that the consumers right now are just so savvy. You kind of have to really be thoughtful about, yes, we respect tradition, but we also have to add our own flair and figure out how do we create something unique on top of that.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. We have another question over there.
Hi, Sophia. Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. And I have a question regarding underprivileged individuals. So from your past experience working in Africa, like when you're working with local communities, have you ever encountered situations where people are reluctant to receive your help, like they wouldn't trust you? Like, and if so, how would you like go around resolve that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, that was actually, trust building was a huge element of, I would say it was more than we realized was such a huge component of the work that we had to do when we started working with the community. And there were a couple ways we tackled that. I think that branding not only lives as like things that you see on a page right here of like pretty pictures and logos and colors, but it can also extend to the human beings that represent your business. So for example, when we worked in Cameroon, we only hired, the majority of our company was actually actual Cameroonians that grew up in a lot of the villages that we worked with. So that was a huge kind of branding play on our end, where we knew that to establish trust and believability, hiring the right people and training them in our beliefs and value systems, and making sure that they kind of conveyed that and communicated that and demonstrated that when we were connecting with communities on the ground. So that was a huge element, but yeah, it was a huge difficulty and a hurdle for sure. And we spent a lot of time where in the initial visits and kind of getting to know each other, that was established, but it was continuous throughout the years that we worked with communities. It was something that was undeniably had to be established like pretty much every time we worked with communities. It was something that we couldn't really fall back on or not do.
Yes, thank you. And we have a last final questions from over here.
Hello, my name is Maria, and I had a question. You were talking in the beginning about how building a brand was similar to creating a relationship with a real person. So I was wondering, how would you ensure that the faces of the brand, like the CEOs and the personal brands, correlate with the brand of the enterprise that you are that you have? Because maybe in social enterprises it's not as common to have this difference, but in others maybe it does. And also, do you think that is possible, like to have a different personal brand than your brand? Thank you.
So you're saying with the CEO, like making sure that they're aligned with what the brand represents? Is that your?
Yeah, the faces of the brands or the people that are working there, yeah.
Totally, yeah. So I think that for me, a CEO is not, like the COO is the person that's kind of behind the scenes and actually making things happen. The CEO to me is a public facing role where like most of their responsibility is they should be hired according to, they represent the brand, they demonstrate the values, and they are inspiration of kind of that brand promise I was talking about. They embody that fully and really rally people and excite people around that. So for me, I think that it's not so much a question of how do we make that happen, but it's more a question of like, we should hire the right person to begin with, and if like the existing person we have is like 90% there, they need brand training in order to reach that last 10%. But yeah, I think that if a CEO currently isn't the right fit from a public-facing perspective, they should probably take more of a COO role and have a CEO that's a bit more fit for the brand from that perspective.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Sophia. Thank you once again for taking the long way to Vilnius.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for bringing, I think, 2 great examples and also exercises. I invite all the students, you can do it tonight to prepare for tomorrow. For now, I just think we are all ready for a break. So enjoy the break. We will be back. Also, Sophia and Ayman will be back in the second part for a panel discussion. Enjoy the break. You can also do some magic and let some food and drinks disappear. And we will meet here again at 2 p.m. So please make sure to be in time that we can start with 2 more presentations and a panel discussion. Thank you and see you later.
It's how our bodies work. Even more recently, we've realized the huge impact our food choices have on our planet and our lives. But the delicious food we love isn't always good for us. And often, healthy food is uninspiring and boring. Sometimes it just tastes bad. So 30 years ago, Garden Gourmet took up the idea that healthy food could taste brilliant too, and created the tastiest vegetarian cuisine ever. We've been reinventing healthy food ever since. Using top quality ingredients, we create 100% vegetable-based recipes for everyone, from inspiring veggies to hamburgers, falafels, sausages, and more. Each one exciting, great tasting, and fun. At Garden Gourmet, we want to inspire everyone with the spirit of trying new, better food every day. Trying is in our DNA. To us, food is an infinite universe of taste, ready to explore. We try new foods as babies. When we travel, find new restaurants or recipes, discovering tastes and textures as we go. Now we can satisfy our curiosity, stimulate our taste buds, look after our bodies, and care for the planet with exciting and tasty food. So let's all try new things. Simple, yummy, crunchy, fun and delicious things. Here's to trying. Garden Gourmet, made for trying.
1, 2. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second part of our conference today on social businesses. And I'm pretty sure in the first part, we had already many different ideas that we were discussing. They went through our minds, or sometimes we have to digest as well these ideas. And with a bit of magic, I hope that you could all take different different takeaways. I think maybe you remember our first keynote or our first presentation from Ayman that reminded us about the right mindset and the resources. And then we had the second presentation from Sophia, and she reminded us about the impact of really good brandings. And now we will continue with even more brands and more presentations. Oh, no, wait. And one here, and so now it's time for our second part. 2 more presentations. After the presentations, we will have a panel discussions with all our speakers. And first of all, as you can see, this event would not be possible without many amazing sponsors. And I would like to thank right now here a few of our sponsors. First of all, our main sponsor, Moody's, but also Oxylabs, Gere, Distify, Luminor, Garden Gourmet, Delphi, Zoom TV, Lima, and Vilnius Municipality. You can see all the sponsors behind me. And now it's time for our third presentation. And our third speaker is Miss Eva Cibrite. And I think she is well known to the ISM community. She is a PhD in management student here at the ISM. Until August 2022, she worked at the Faculty of Law and Business of the University de la Frontera in Chile. She served as its director for community engagement from 2017 to 2020. She taught interdisciplinary courses from business administration to accounting and business law, but also on entrepreneurship, for sustainable development, international trade, and so on. Also, for over many decades, she was involved in student-led projects from all around the world, in Chile, but also here in Lithuania. So I guess she's really familiar with Creative Shock. And also just recently awarded Social Spotlight Mini Globe 2021, Marketplace Mini Global 2001, and Women Entrepreneurs Mini Global 2021 by the ISCB. She was recognized as one of the 100 women leaders of La Araucanía. It's a region in Chile, that's I know, but I think she will maybe tell us a bit more about it. I'm delighted now to welcome Eva on stage. I will hand it over to you, and we are keen to learn more about the ABC of social businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Testing. You can hear me all right? Good. Let me check. They said it's moving, and don't hide behind the column. So thank you for this introduction. As you can see, I'm Eva Cibrite. I'm here from Lithuania. I'm from the north, from Panevėžys. Right now, I'm independent international educator and researcher, and I'm just finishing up the part-time PhD program here at ISM. So I'm PhD in management student, but before that, I have 10 years of experience specifically in education, and 14 years I lived in Chile. So I just literally came back, moved back to my native country. And first of all, what I would like you to do is to scan this QR code, put a volume up on your phones, and enjoy just a couple of seconds of a little wake-up video here after you just had lunch. I will take this opportunity while you're watching this couple seconds of video, and those of you watching from outside this auditorium can also take a glimpse. So I would just like to thank Creative Shock for inventing me. That's the point. Make all the noise you want, don't worry. And I'm just taking this opportunity to thank Creative Shock organizers and other panelists here, real social business doers, for inviting me, the social business thinker, to this event. So now, if you could tell me, what are you watching there on your phone? Anyone? Can you just shout? Yeah. What are you watching? It's okay. Yeah. So it's the haka. It's all right. All right. Good. Very good. Any other opinions? Any contradicting? Saying no, that's not what we're watching. Yeah. All right. Yes. Absolutely. It's haka. And what does haka have to do with social business, right? That could be a question, quite a legitimate question. Well, first of all, haka is not a dance. Haka is not a song accompanied by choreography. Haka is a ceremony. Haka is a cultural ritual. And wait for it, it's a social ritual. Haka is created for occasions when two groups of people, any people, but in the olden times, Maori tribes, come together, whether for a wedding or for a war, right? So it's the most famous part for being a sort of scare your enemy tactic before a battle. But actually, haka as a ceremony takes place in many more social instances. And that particular haka, you can finish viewing the video later. It's a very short clip. But that particular haka was created by Maori students for Mapuche students. Mapuche are the indigenous people in the south of Chile, where I have lived for 14 years. So these Maori students created for their peers, indigenous students of the south of Chile, this haka, to bring them together before a big adventure, before a big event, a project that they organized together of social business models, of indigenous business models created for achieving specific impact. And I will tell you in a minute what kind of impact were they trying to achieve. So, first of all, I'm neither Maori nor Mapuche, I'm Lithuanian, as I have mentioned, and I got to know about social business in the south of Chile when I moved to live there after all of these previous activities. And one person that I have to thank for introducing me into social business world is this person right here, Héctor Jorquera, who is a Chilean social worker who turned me into entrepreneurship educator, who turned me into, oh, that's a typo, into an entrepreneurial, social entrepreneurship activist there in Chile. And because of that, I have been helping Creative Shock since 2017 when I became a PhD student of PhD in management program here in Lithuania from afar, part-time, so from Chile. I've been helping Creative Shock because of this keyword, right, that was sounding all the time: social entrepreneurship, social business, impact, purpose. What are we about in the world? And it was always, you know, living there in the South with a lot of marginalized, or someone from here mentioned, underprivileged people, you know, living around in the communities. I was asking myself, what am I doing here? What is this impact? What is my purpose of living in Wallmapu, in this land in the south of Chile? Oops. So with this, in 2015, together with Héctor Jorquera, we came to implement several social business projects that were aimed at localizing, at bringing down to earth the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. What we realized through these amazing projects, privately sponsored as well as sponsored by the government, that UN development goals are, first of all, limited in their temporal scope, in their temporal dimension. So you might have heard about Agenda 2030 agenda, right? So we have a plan, but until 2030. After that, I don't know, are we following Elon Musk to the Mars? Maybe, right? So 2030, the timeline, but also they are limited in their scope. So the governments have agreed on targets. These are the social impacts, environmental as well, that we want to reach. And as one of the participants was asking, what about greenwashing? What about whitewashing? This framework, even though I'm a big fan of it, but it does allow for these sort of, let's say, slip-ups as far as the purpose and the impact of social business is concerned. And I came to realize, and here I have to thank another friend of mine, Milton Almonacid, also from the south of Chile, that we are actually experiencing three big challenges here in the world. And these different social and environmental problems are hidden under these three main challenges. So global ecological crisis, socioeconomic crisis, developmental crisis. And any social business would be just, working extra overtime if we would just concentrate on any one of them. But now we are in a situation where we have to attack all three of them at the same time. Why? Because we are consuming yearly 2.2 planets, and we have only one planet, right? We don't have plan B. We don't have planet B, right? And that, for me, means that any business, just as all the previous speakers and the rector was saying, president of ISM, and the Moody's, the representative of main sponsor, we're out of time. We're done. We need, plan B, because we don't have a planet B. So with all of that in mind, it's sort of overwhelming, and you say, well, but just social business cannot handle all of that. And that's why when we talk about, elevating the futures, there are many futures ahead of us, but definitely we are going to concentrate on the fact that all of business has to be social business, right? Or all of entrepreneurship has to be aimed at, sustainability entrepreneuring. And looking at this slide, you'll go, wait. Okay, you're mixing up social and sustainability, fine with that, we'll forgive you for that. But why environmental? Sustainability is about economic, social, and environmental dimensions, right? 3 pillars of sustainability. Well, I propose, obviously having learned from my indigenous brothers and sisters, that sustainability is not about the 3 pillars. Sustainability is about 4 pillars. It's about social, ecological, temporal, and spatial dimensions. Spatial meaning territory, not space as in Elon Musk's Mars trips plans. All right? So these are 4 dimensions. And you go like, why? Well, that's new, that's strange, I never heard of it. So these are our needs right now. We need to develop a new paradigm, a new world view. Otherwise, we're not moving forward with any of our business models. So here are, the 4 dimensions, and I just put it in a diagram because I thought maybe business students will pay more attention to it, but it's basically qualitative. There's no quantity. It has the percentages, but it's just to, to divert your gaze from your phone and over here. So spatial, temporal, environmental, social. If you, in your business model, are ignoring any one of these dimensions, you're not doing social business. I'm very sorry to tell you that. You have to create value, not venture. I think here I'm preaching to the choir. It's pretty clear, right, that just creating startup is not really social business, fine. But in this when you create value and you make up your plans and models to exchange value, what are you doing with this? Purpose and impact, right? Again, I'm preaching to the choir here. We have already covered that in the previous speeches. So now the key is, how you do it. And that's where the ABC kicks in. So the first is a story under A, right, the alphabet, so sort of our basic baseline semiotic signifier. So A is Ashoka. Ashoka is an association which was born in US. I will not bore you with the details, neither reading the slides. You can just go directly to their website and find out more of details about it. But the main thing, and why it is on the top of our list, why it is A, is because of their reach. So they have over 4,000 fellows around the globe. Some of them are already, quote-unquote, graduate fellows, like my friend Hector Jorquera. He already has received a fellowship for 2 years, developed several business models, and his disciples actually replicated the business models that they have co-created, first in Colombia, elsewhere in Latin America, and then, yes, from humble Chile in the south to Kenya and state of New York. This is how strong the processes of business innovation that Hector leads. Excuse me, lunch. This is how strong are the social business innovation processes and social model innovation processes that he leads. And overall, Ashoka is present in more than 95 countries, and you can see that it's usually most of the models that their fellows develop get replicated in other geographical areas. And I would encourage you to really check it out, because the fellows program is amazing. You get for 2 years your salary is worth, you get paid monthly so that you can do good, so that you can create business models, self-sustaining. Yes, we talked about profit already. It's also part of it. One of the legs in for sustainability, social and economies within that social leg. I would really recommend that you check Ashoka out. Then other associations, like an example here, the Mapuche Tourism Society, with whom we partnered for the project when the Maori students and Mapuche students were drawing up their business models. They were drawing up the business models for members of this association. An association only accepts businesses whose business models are directed at revitalizing culture, in this specific case, revitalizing indigenous culture, and regenerating environment. So you have to have all of these 4, as I mentioned, not 3 pillars, but 4 pillars of sustainability in your very small business model, in your small business, small enterprise in the south of Chile, to join this association and its benefits. This is the haka that you saw is a clip from this project when people were young indigenous people, 30 of them, were traveling all over La Araucanía region in the south of Chile and helping to tighten, to set up good quality business models for the indigenous businesses. And this project reached even farther. I don't know if you know, here in the center, the woman with a tattoo, so that's another Maori tradition. She is the Minister of International Affairs of New Zealand now. This is the photo that I have taken after we drank coffee with this lady when she was still the Minister of Development in the first Hacinda administration. Up there is Uncle Hone. Uncle is the chief of the northern tribe, of the Northern Island tribe in Aotearoa in New Zealand. And he was, during COVID, encouraging Mapuche students to stay on board with their social business projects, social business models, and helping their fellow indigenous small business owner managers. That's why you see him in the computer. He was through Zoom leading a ceremony and handing out advice as part of the continuation of this project, because we couldn't meet, obviously, due to COVID. Now, B corporations. Has anyone heard about B Corps? Before, B stands for benefit corporations, born in US. That's where I cannot see Ayman, but one of the key things that Ayman mentioned for social businesses, right? Not only impact and purpose-driven, impact-seeking, purpose-driven, spirit, entrepreneurial mindset, but also so that regulation goes hand in hand. People, there were a couple of lawyers. I'm sorry, I'm guilty of belonging to this shark pool as well. So
I studied here at Vilnius University, studied law. A couple of lawyers in 2005, more or less, decided that they need a framework for running a corporation that is focused on benefit and on stakeholder interests, rather than just the shareholder interest, what the federal law on corporations mandated. Like, you could not even take a decision if you would propose something in the board, in the corporation, to take a vote, if it goes against the interest of shareholders receiving money, right, dividends. If it diminishes these dividends and puts them for social impact use, you could not take that vote at the time and still keep being the CFO, or CEO, and keep running the corporation. So they have pushed in New Hampshire, or New Jersey, I forgot, one of those, a law which recognized B corporations. So right now, B Corps are in 6 countries, in 158 industries, over 6,000 companies are certified as B Corps. And actually, for a while, Chile was one of the countries in Latin America which most certified B Corps. And also the curious part that in Chile, still the law hasn't passed, even though we have been working on that since 2011, still the law on B corporations hasn't been passed. It's not ready yet. But a lot of cooperatives, family businesses, partnerships, and so on have certified as B Corps, because it doesn't matter if you are actually a corporation under American law. Right? In Chile, if you are legally incorporated, you have to meet 186 criteria to be certified as a B Corp, and that's a separate issue. And we will keep fighting, my friend Hector Jorquera will keep fighting for it to be passed into a law. The beauty of B Corps is that they are part of B movement with very, very clear global strategies for global outcomes. You can, again, check their website out. I absolutely recommend it. It's not an only sort of social business model that is available out there, but it is a pretty good one. C, ABC. C in the ABC of social business is cooperatives. We, up to now, joke in Chile that the best B is C, so the best B corporation is a cooperative, because we have a couple of cooperatives certified as B Corps, and they are the ones who have, let's just say, the easiest life in showing their impact. The reason why is because cooperatives, by their legal structure, and again, I'm coming back to Ayman's point, how important is the regulation that pushes for social business. So, cooperatives, the beauty of cooperatives in Chile is in that they take all the stakeholders and cater to them at the same time. So, their partners, the consumers, the customers, the beneficiaries, the territorial, also called the community beneficiaries, the local leaders, you name it, human and non-human entities. Mapuche cooperatives are also preoccupied always of including non-human entities like the spirits and the ancestors inside into the value chain and the business models. So all in all, if you ask us from south of Chile, the best B is C. Finally, this is all just whatever was left in the sack sort of slide. You do have foundations who also, in addition to being charities, have business models where they get profits and reinvest them, right? They put them back into the foundation's social impact seeking model. We have incubators, and all across Latin America, we have incubators that are specifically social business incubators. If you want a list, drop me a line on LinkedIn. I'll send you the documents. Very interesting work that they have been doing. Well, and finally, NGOs, trusts, joint ventures, whatever legal form, legal entity you form, it can have a social business model. It can do sustainability, entrepreneuring. Again, some of the examples from Chile, Patio Vivo is one foundation, Acerca Redes, that's putting networking together, like putting sort of drawing in the net closer is another one. Vinculamos is an initiative also by my friends that are creating business models specifically for universities. Well, and I wouldn't be an educator if I didn't give you homework. Just kidding, just some materials for self-study. You can scan the QR codes now. One leads to an infographic. Another one leads to this amazing, very short, very informative video about Brightly. As it says right here, it is a cooperative, and it's a cooperative franchise, which is an amazing way to scale the social impact of this venture. I totally recommend it. And again, the organizers will share with you the slides if you will not make it on time with the scan. And I would just like to thank you with this conclusion that please do remember that sustainability does not have 3 pillars, it has 4 pillars, and the reason why is because we are one social, ecological, complex, adaptive system. So we cannot function without nature. Nature can easily function without us, right? I lived through a volcanic eruption. The volcano was just like this, 12 kilometers away from me. I just wanted to grab my kid and disappear from there. So I know very well that nature can do well without us. We cannot do well without nature. And this, this is the main takeaway for any social business model. Environment is there with us. We are there with the environment. So we might as well rename the conference next year. So it should be Socio-Eco Business Model Conference or something. I don't know. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the talk.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yeva. And I think we have time for some questions from
That never
the audience.
happens with me.
So if you, we have one question over here. And if you have some questions, please raise your hand. So our assistant.
I'll stay over here because I'm sort of, I look like from the Matrix, so I will try to.
Please.
Thank you for the presentation. So you mentioned that it's important to have regulations to push for social business. I was just wondering, what would you say is the biggest legal challenge for social business in Lithuania?
In Lithuania? Well, you got me on the spot here. I just moved to Lithuania after 14 years. Let's ask here the president of Social Business Association. She will have an answer for that. I don't know. What is it? Can you give her a microphone and she can help answer? Because I can tell you all about Chilean legal system, Colombia, and Argentina. But Lithuania, I can't.
Yes, as I mentioned on Thursday, we are early stage ecosystem. Now we are, our association initiated a national dialogue of key stakeholders, key actors, together with Ministry of Economy and Innovation, which is responsible for social entrepreneurship in Lithuania. So we are going to discuss what is our vision and what is our action plan. So it's really very interesting time. And those who are here, so you can, if you wish, just let me know if you wish to be part of that discussion, of that dialogue. So this is like a moment of shaping our ecosystem.
Very good point. Can I just, thanks for that answer.
And so it's practically an invitation for all the students. You can come back here and help Lithuania on
Absolutely. But here I think what she, I'm sorry, I forgot the name. Victoria. What Victoria was putting emphasis in, it's not only about also when the ecosystems start, but like in Chile, one of the differences is that the B movement is very strong in exactly doing that, sort of putting the vision together, like bringing businesses together and having them speak with one voice. Oh, and sorry, not only businesses, you're right completely. We organize in Chile every year 3 times I conference, so we bring all the different stakeholders, the public sector, the private, the business, and academia. And those 3 items sort of push for saying, look, this is our vision, we need this law, maybe not necessarily B Corp's law, maybe we need this sort of like a different regulation, but this one voice, like this common vision is definitely a key. So clearly, we're in the ecosystem building stage for social business here in Lithuania.
Great.
Sure, I'm back. I'm ready to
So
serve.
it's great to see already connections here on spot, but we have time also for another question. I think there were some hands. If you have a question for Yeva, please up there. I mean, I can't see as good
I think
over
it was
here,
over
but
there.
yeah.
First of all, congratulations for your presentation. You mentioned 4 pillars regarding social businesses and sustainability. I just wanted to ask if you have ever considered the political pillar. I mean, most of social businesses need government help and incentives in order to be sustainable financially mainly. And you mentioned that we imagine a world where every business is a social business. What if the government cannot fund this anymore at some time? Would the social businesses be sustainable from a financial standpoint?
Okay, so well, with the first one, just like the economic pillar of sustainability is under social in this diagram of 4 pieces that I showed, same here. Political aspect is inside the social dimension, right? So it's all that has to do not with nature, so to say, whatever is cultural, whatever is not naturally occurring in biological ecosystems, that's social. So to answer the first question, it's inside the social quarter, the social pillar. And again, we're still, as to the second question, we are talking about social business. So yes, we are talking about generating commercially viable business models. Now, the thing is that with this new world view that I have been trying to, I don't know if you've noticed that the Earth and the view of the Earth was not the one that we are used to, at least here on this part of the world. We usually have Europe in the center, and I put the Latin American, well, the Americas continent on purpose. We need this different way to look at ourselves. What is it that we value? What are our beliefs? What are our beliefs? What is our belief system? And if we, like, am I ready as a person to consume less so that somebody on the other end of the world in Fiji, another Pacific island, can consume just a little more because we don't have 2 Earths? We are consuming natural resources as if we had 2 Earths. We have only one. So if we change that understanding of what what's integrated in our belief system and what our values, the value businesses will create will be different. And yes, they will, there will be exchange of value, and it can be not necessarily exchange for finance. You can exchange that value not necessarily for money. And that sort of broadens so it makes that equation more complex, but it also broadens our choices. So we don't have to really see like, oh, social business is something that is financed only by public money. And that broader view, I think, allows us to shift to more sustainable, more globally uniform social impact seeking business models.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yeva, and thank you for actually inviting us to reimagine our world, offering another worldview that is probably needed. And we will be back also with you to discuss this further after our last presentation. We will have all speakers back for a short panel discussion, so I hope to continue this discussion there.
I'll hang in there. Okay, thank you.
Applause for Yeva. Our last, but of course not least, speaker of the day is Mr. Dan McCombie. He's a social entrepreneur, a psychotherapist, and a mentor and advisor to the next generation of leaders. After graduating from Brown in 2008, Dan and his co-founder moved to Ecuador, so also a South American connection here, to launch the Amazonian tea company and social enterprise Runa, which supports farmers, livelihoods, and reforestation through a regenerative agriculture system. Runa was acquired by Vita Coco in 2018. Then also, as mentioned before, he has consulted, advised, or served on boards of number of different food and beverage companies and other social businesses. He's also an executive coach and facilitator who works with groups and individuals. And Dan loves hiking, biking, skiing, scuba diving, plants, nurture his garden, to do photography and to cook tasty things. Most importantly, he lives in Brooklyn, New York with his wonderful partner and 2 amazing dogs. And what you like to do, I want to just confirm, you can also do this here in Lithuania. So you can stay longer. A big applause for Dan, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see y'all. Yeah. Hey, it's been a long day. We all should take a little time to enjoy connection. Sorry that intro was so long. I didn't realize he'd read it all out loud. Happy to talk about my hobbies. I took one public speaking class in college, and the professor always said, tell people what you're going to tell them, and then tell them, and then remind them what you told them. I'm going to let you in a little secret. That amazing fiance that he talked about is actually Sophia, who spoke earlier, so you probably learned a little bit of that in her talk, which is make sure that your message gets through. So just to cover what I'm going to talk about today, thinking about reasons, like why do we go into wanting to start a social business in the first place, and what motivates us? So this will link into a lot of what you've heard already, but also we're going to be talking about values, your identity, who you are. It's not just the business or your plan, but what is the you that's coming into writing a social business plan? Your contribution to the world, who you're collaborating with, why you're going at it, and what you're really trying to go for. But most importantly, I want to talk to you about leading from the heart. Because when I started a company in 2008, it was all about the what you do and the impact you have. But I think in this era, and I'm a psychotherapist now, so I can really say this, how we go about doing things and the ways that we actually relate to others, I think honestly is the most important part of a social business. So who am I? I started the company Runa. I advise businesses. You heard enough about that in an introduction. And an interesting thing I will share is currently I'm not an entrepreneur. And I'm happy to talk about that more, but I think life comes in seasons. I don't think I will never start another business again. But it's really important to think about where you are in your life. You all have asked some questions about this. When is the right time? When is the time to go learn from another organization or from yourself? So just remember, you don't get only one shot at building a social business. Most importantly, I'm a human, right? We spend so much time thinking about the titles and the identities we wear, but I really care about just how I relate to people and relate to the world. So if you ask me one thing, that's what I'd say. Come on. There we go. So I moved to Ecuador in 2008 to start a business. And I had this whole idea that it was this hype at the time of using business as a tool for social good. It was the first time the world was really bringing that to the public sphere. That was when the B Corporation movement started. I wanted to be an ecologist. I thought I was going to work in the rainforest, do the sustainable development goals type of work. Then I realized I didn't like politics that much, at least the day-to-day work in it. So I wrote a business plan my last semester of college, which was 2008, right when the economy was going great time. And I thought my life was going to look like this. I thought that I was going to move to the rainforest and plant trees and be on farms and work with indigenous communities all the time. It's kind of what it looks like a lot more of the time. Notice the fun little mustache. That was the one time in my life I grew that successfully. Wouldn't do it again. I put this slide up as a joke, partly, right? We actually staged this photo. Here we are, 22 years old. We're super important business people doing our numbers and blah-de-blah. But the idea is that we can get in our heads this story of who we're supposed to be, that we're supposed to be important and really striving to save the world or change the world. But really, I'm here to talk about how we can act on our passions and our desires for impact with integrity and in alignment, not to be thinking about our story and our ego and who we become by getting awards and winning business plan competitions, although I'm really excited to see who comes out ahead on this one. What really matters is the mark you leave on the people around you, and that you think about how you impact those who are not right in front of you, right? Because the road to doing good can definitely be paved with false ideas, entitlement, and ego. And you've got to watch out for how you can fall into those traps because, after all, your ego is absolutely not your amigo. Desires and ambitions are wonderful. But really, what I think drives the best social entrepreneurs is their heart and their soul. And your ambitions and motivations are not alone enough to lead you to the goodness and wholeness that our social businesses can create. And that's the trap that I think a lot of social businesses have fallen into. This is one of my favorite quotes, Albert Einstein, basically saying if you keep trying to use the same systems to fix problems, you're much more likely just to replicate the problems or create new ones using those same systems. So one of the things I've learned, and I'm really hoping can come through to you, is yes, I'm here for using business as a tool, and no, I'm not an anti-capitalist, but also the traditional model of doing business has created a lot of the problems that we see in the world. So the way that you go about designing and developing a business is really important to look at what are the impacts old models have had? What is the impact that extractive business models might have had, in my case, on indigenous communities in Ecuador? And make sure that you're not just perpetuating that pattern all over again. Because we came really close to doing that, and it was only through care and feedback that we avoided replicating that. So I'm going to dive a little deeper into this idea of values here. This is from one of my favorite books. Came out a couple years ago. I highly recommend it. And the premise of the book is talking about how the world of the World Economic Forum and Davos and even wonderful organizations like Ashoka, they've created this ecosystem of folks who believe that they're changing the world and doing good and really think they are, but actually often can create more harm. I know you all are reading this, and I really hate presentations where someone just puts everything on the screen and then reads it out loud, but this one's important enough to me that I will read it. To question this conventional idea of doing well by doing good, it's not to doubt the intentions of those doing it, but rather it's to say that even when those ideas are factored in, something can be not quite right. And how can there be something wrong with trying to do good? Let's consider as a possibility, what if good is an accomplice to even greater harm, right? So I want to propose a counter idea that I think might be a bit of an antidote to the mindset of getting so vested in the doing good and the ego that we get lost in the harm we can do, which is this idea of servant leadership. This guy, Robert Greenleaf, first coined the term. And there's a couple key things that are really important because it's about the who that I was talking about, the how, the why. I'll get into this in a moment. But a mindset of growth and a focus on the communities that we belong to, and I would argue the ecosystems as well, as was just discussed. That's one of the ideas of servant leadership, which is of being service to the world. You know, normally traditional, Sophia talked about this a bit, what the CEO is. Traditional models are command and control. A CEO is in charge, they send orders, it's hierarchical. Servant leadership offers a different idea, which is of horizontal leadership, right? Yes, decisions have to get made. I think purely flat structures often lead to disaster. But being collaborative about decision-making can be an antidote to this way of getting lost in one's ego and identity. And finally, thinking about others and putting the needs of others first. This is really important. Helping people develop and grow, I think, is the most important role of a leader. It's not necessarily about strategic plans and operations and sales, super important, but ultimately, businesses are a fiction. The idea of a corporation is literally something that only exists on paper and in the minds of humans, and so it exists of words and people. And nurturing the people is one of the best ways to effectively build and grow a business that can actually have longevity and make positive impact on the world. Okay, I think I skipped a slide. Nope, I didn't. So I want to make this interactive, at least a little bit. So I want to invite everyone to pull out a sheet of paper or a fresh note on your phone or your computer. I'm going to trust that you're not going to be digging into the internet or Instagram while I'm talking. It's okay if you are. And I'd like to have you write a line and create a separate section on each of your page. For these 5, I left off how, shouldn't have done that, but who, what, when, where, why, and how. These 5 W's. And we can use that as a case study for yourself, right? So maybe you can use the business model that you've been working on as part of this competition. Maybe it's an idea that you have for a business. Or maybe it's yourself, right? The venture that is your life. But thinking about these, and I'll go through what each of them means in the context of social entrepreneurship, and you can utilize this as a framework together. So I was talking about that. I want to just name where this came from, right? This is very common. This is, I know it was even spoken about in Iman's presentation. I was watching that very, very closely to make sure we weren't making the same presentation. I'm glad we're not. But this journalist named Linda Ellerby had a TV show when I was a kid. I'm going to age myself here, in the 1990s. And it was called Nick News on Nickelodeon. Do you all know about Nickelodeon? Is that a channel in Europe at all? Okay, awesome. Not totally dating myself. So Nick News was meant to teach kids like myself how to understand the world, how to use the tools of journalism to make sense of the stories we see. And she broke it down into this very simple model, and she literally sometimes have kids going around asking questions of subjects to better make sense of their stories. So I just felt like this was a really appropriate frame to think about identity and self and who we as individuals and business people are in the context of the businesses we may want to start or already be a part of. So let's start with who. And who is not just the you on your resume. I want to distinguish, there's an idea called resume values, which is all the stuff you've accomplished, your education, and what are called eulogy values, the things that at your funeral someone might say about you. They were kind, they were loving, they treated their family well, they made a positive impact on the world. I'm thinking about both of those, right? So we think about our identity. I'm standing here, I'm a pretty privileged white guy from a relatively successful portion of the United States. And that creates my social position. And that was really important, right? I graduated from a pretty well-renowned university, and I had a lot of privileges that I used to go raise money, to go get a business started. And then I just showed up in Ecuador, right? And I kind of spoke Spanish. Fortunately, I learned Spanish much better. But I came in with a ton of privilege. And frankly, as a 22-year-old, I wasn't really aware of it. We did our best, right? And others have talked about this. The antidote was really listening and coming in and trying to learn from the stories of the communities we worked with. But if I were to start a business now, I'd think about the who I am and the privileges that I carry that might lead to blind spots, but also have areas for growth, right? What can I learn from my stakeholders in my community? And also, what strengths do I bring to the table? What does that mean about my talents and my abilities that I can use as a servant leader to create more good in the world? But then also, as I said, businesses are relationships. Who are you serving? Who are they? What are their strengths and privileges? What is their identity? What is their blind spots of their own? We worked within the Quechua communities in Ecuador, and they had a ton of exploitation. They had a ton of history of privileged white folks coming in and building some stuff and then just leaving, and leaving them with a broken water pump. Fortunately, there are other organizations that started to fix problems like that. But we spent a lot of time learning about the history and the stories and the origin of the Quechua to better recognize what they brought to the table and how not to repeat the same mistakes that other aid organizations had made, right? So learning from them and their story and not just presuming that we had a business plan was part of what made us at all successful. Because if the business plan we had on paper had been the business we actually executed on, we wouldn't have lasted very long. And it's always important to think about your customer too, or whoever is receiving the thing you have to offer. If you don't ask yourself the question frequently, does someone actually want this thing I'm trying to offer? Then you're gonna get yourself in trouble. So the who encompasses a whole ecosystem, a whole community of the stakeholders you might relate to. Okay, so the what. That's really important because the what means a lot of things, right? Some businesses, their impact comes from a one-for-one model where they donate a thing and they sell something different. That's fine, that's great. That can be a great path to impact. I'd always rather see something that is more directly tied in, right? So our business model was we grew trees that a tea was made out of, and by buying that tea from farmers and planting the trees and supporting their economic development, there was inherently driving value into those communities that wouldn't have happened if we sold a tea that came from somewhere else and then gave them $1 to plant something. It just, that doesn't have the same level of sustainability. And then also we had to think about who is actually trying to buy this tea, which got into some challenges because we thought everyone wanted a thing that they'd never tried before and didn't know they wanted. And then also, as I said, business is relationships. So when you think about building a social business, think about who the relationship as its own entity. It's not just two people. It has a living, breathing life of its own. Oop, a little farther. Okay, where, right? So geography still matters. Yes, I'm an American here in Lithuania with an audience of folks who I know have come from all over the world. But usually you are working in a physical place in some form, even if it is the internet. And I think we live in a world where anchoring ourselves in place is a really good way to address the dissociation, the disconnection that people are feeling all over the place. Look at what's happening in politics in my country right now. You might understand. So thinking about the where, thinking about your ecosystems and your geographies that you're working in and part of as a stakeholder in your business, I think is part of building that kind of ecological mindset that was being discussed in the last presentation. I also, just as a little nudge, I always like the word ecology over environment because the literal definition of environment is a thing around us and separate from us. But given we're, throughout all these talks, talking about how important the planet is, the word ecology incorporates us in it. It's the idea that an ecosystem includes humans, and the less we separate ourselves from it, the more we can understand our impact upon it and its impact upon us. And I really like this idea, oh, that is an old slide. Okay, I like this idea of a watershed, right? So a watershed is actually, it's a geographic idea. It is all of the water within this region eventually comes out of the Amazon there. It is called the catchment area. So we build state borders and country borders around political and ethnographic constructs. But this is a different way of looking at the world and looking at resources and environment. So that's one frame. And just to offer it, you know, we at Runo, we worked here in the Napo watershed, a very small portion of the Amazonian watershed, or the Amazonian basin as it's called, which is the largest river basin on Earth. So whether you think about it literally in terms of a river or metaphorically in terms of the resources and the people that fall in the basin, the catchment area you work in, I think it's a beautiful frame to anchor yourself in the idea of where. You know, here we are. This is the watershed that most of Lithuania falls into. You could think about that as your where. You can think about Vilnius or wherever you're from as the community you focus on. Your where could be a neighborhood. It could be a block. I encourage you not to get trapped in this idea of, I work over there and I live here. A lot of the best social businesses are started by folks who are working in the place they live because you're so on the ground of what's happening. Okay, when? Almost the last of the W's. Timelines matter, right? You know, so for us, we thought that we were gonna build a social business that was selling tea on international shelves to millions of dollars within 5 years, then go on our merry way. Didn't work out that way, as it turned out, because educating people about a tea they've never tried takes a lot of work worth doing. And so it's also important to think about the other timelines you're accountable to. I just talked about our business plan timeline, kind of contrasting with the timeline of the market because it was not as quick to adopt our product as we thought. But also, who might be operating on timelines that really butt up into yours? Maybe some investors who want a return on their money in 3 or 4 years. Mapping out the timelines that you hope your business will exist in helps you see the different needs and assumptions that will come into play. Knowing that investors might expect a return on their investment in X number of years might affect your business model, or it might affect the way that you talk to those investors. And being honest with them about your timeline can help you bring in value-aligned investors or funders or nonprofits or foundation or whatever your model is, where your expectations are on the same page. And as always, I encourage asking questions, learning from a sense of curiosity, not making assumptions, because that's how we build relationships with each other, is on trust and understanding. And as has been said before, ultimately, we live in an economy that is based around money. Yes, money is a fiction. It is not literally based on anything, but we've built our world around this fiction. So you have to have it in the bank in order to pay your team and yourself and to buy tea in our case or whatever it is. So thinking on the timeline of how much money do I have and how long can I make it last, always very critical. And why? Now, literal authors and thought leaders, don't love that term by the way, have built their whole reputation on starting with why. You have to know your motives. You have to know your inspirations and your reasons first. Absolutely, I don't disagree with that. But I started with who because I want to advocate for this model of looking inward and understanding the who am I coming to this business, right? You're all here as teams who don't necessarily know if you'll start a business from the idea that you work on here. You're working on it for other businesses perhaps, but you've built relationships with each other. You know who each other is, and you know your motivations and your values better because you've been collaborating, and I think you will be overnight tonight. I feel for you. And then it's easier to move into the why. So thinking and looking at what is within that inspires and motivates your why can really help you answer that. But also, yes, think about it. What are your motivations? Are they connected to ego and ambition, or are they connected to impact? By the way, ego is not an inherently bad thing, but understanding your reasons and the sort of reasons for this business are really critical. And for us at Runa, that is what kept us going because, as I showed earlier with the photos, I thought I was moving to the Amazon to work with farmers and live in the rainforest. I did that for a year. And then I spent 7 years living in New York, spending most of my time in grocery stores with grocery buyers who couldn't care and wanted me out of their face, and investors who didn't get it. And it was a slog. And it was worth it, one, because turns out I like selling things, and that was fun, but also because I knew my why. I knew that I didn't want to start just any old tea company, and I wouldn't have, but because I'd been in Ecuador and I felt our connection to our mission and to the rainforest, that why sustained me through many, many, many Saturdays and Sundays in grocery store, handing out samples of tea. So I want to talk about how, right? So I became a psychotherapist for a reason, and it was because of my experience running a company and the struggles that me and my business partner had to see eye to eye, because we were young and we hadn't had a lot of training and learning about how to relate to each other, how to build teams, how to support our teammates. And just like in 2008, the new rage was social business, which now there's conferences everywhere, I think the how of business, the relationships, the ethics, the conscious leadership, this is a book that this framework is based on that I'm actually currently reading as part of my job, my day job, which is in therapeutic research. It's another story. Thinking about the how we lead business and relate to each other is really important, right? So I'm not going to read this out loud. I think you can make it out. But this framework of being a conscious social business leader includes things like taking responsibility, appreciating your teammates, not gossiping, being curious and learning, right? This model is woven into a lot of the things I've said already. And thinking about the how you run a business, build a team, get a job and relate to your colleagues can create a wealth of beautiful relationships and possibilities. Okay, so I've talked about my case study broadly, and I encourage you early on to take notes. I was originally going to do this as a talk to your neighbor type of exercise, but I think this room is not suited for it. But what I want to offer you is you've been taking these notes, or at least you have the framework that I've shared with you, the who, what, when, where, why, how. As you're working with your businesses, or your teammates on this plan overnight, I want to invite and encourage you to use these as a framework, right? Like, what drives my motivation? Who are we to offer our talents to this thing? What is the place we're working in, and what is the culture of that place that we may understand and relate to our potential customers or the businesses, the communities we're working with? So take that frame and apply it to yourself. You can also apply it to you as an individual, right? Who am I to want to do this thing? Who am I to seek this job? Who am I to build this opportunity or this community? So I want to step out a little bit and to, let's see, where did I do that? Okay, to offer you something that's at least a little bit interactive with yourself. So I want to offer you a moment to just think on what matters to you. One of my favorite authors is a woman named Mary Oliver. She's a poet. And I hope I don't butcher this quote, but she asks in one of her poems, what are you going to do with this one wild, precious life? And that's the thing I want to offer. I talked earlier about resume values, the training, the education, the things that you put on a paper, and the eulogy values, the who are you, the how are you remembered, the how do you relate. And think about the thing that I'm spending this one life on, which can be many things, right? Y'all are relatively young from what I can tell. You're gonna have many careers, you're gonna have many lives, you'll have children and hopefully grandchildren. And the things that may seem like they matter now will hopefully still matter when you're 80, but a lot more will matter too. And so I just wanna offer this perspective that if you can get above the business you're starting and think about, do I get to spend time with my family? Do I get to connect to the people I love? Have I treated people well? It might offer you a sense of perspective. Because after all, we're only here on Earth for the blink of an eye, right? I love thinking in geologic time. And if you think about how long the Earth has existed as a 24-hour clock, humanity started at 11:59 p.m. Your life is literally the blink of an eye. So when you think about who you are and what your impact is, I want to offer this concept that comes from Native American tribes in the United States of thinking about 7 generations, which is where that laundry detergent brand came from. Thinking about the impact you might have 7 generations from now, and what was your responsibility to your ancestors 7 generations before you, as a way of expanding your sense of time and opening your horizons. And I also invite you to think about when you are starting a social business, what is it in service of? I just want to note, I made this slide before Elon Musk bought Twitter, so it only feels even a little more prescient now. But as I said earlier, your ego is not your amigo. And yes, I love electric cars and outer space, but I don't know, do you want to be like this guy? Yes, he's done cool stuff, but I think his life is pretty lonely, and it's why he does things like throw Twitter into a bonfire. Maybe that's a biased opinion, but because your ego is not your amigo, and thinking about what you're in service of will really help you think about where you're going to end up. So I want to offer you one last moment of reflection here. I'm going to ask you collectively as an audience, if you could just close your eyes for a second, if you're comfortable with it. If not, just look at the desk or nod at me. And I want to imagine that you get to show up in a room late in your life, and you are sitting across from an 80-year-old version of yourself. And that 80-year-old you is telling you about the life that you lived. That person is telling you about who you loved, how you spent your time, what you created, who you got to spend time with, what you didn't do, what you chose not to prioritize. The choices that you made that had a big impact on your life, and the choices you didn't make that you wished had made a big impact on your life. I want to invite you to feel what it feels like to hear this from 80-year-old you. What does it feel like to know what your life was and the impact that you got to have on it? Maybe you can place that feeling somewhere in your body. Just let that feeling expand within you for a moment. Maybe there's joy or fear or doubt or excitement or gratitude. And now I want you to open your eyes. You get to do that now. Whatever it is that you imagined your 80-year-old self telling you about and that you got to do is the life that you get to lead. And I want to invite you to think about it from that perspective here and now. As you think about your actions, imagine it from the story of what you'd be excited to tell your grandkids, because you get to do that. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I mean, I'm still talking to my 80-year-old version.
Yeah?
Yeah, it still continues. Thank you for that beautiful moment, and I would like to just open it up immediately. Are there any questions to Dan, the model he offered us? Yeah, over here, if you have a question, just raise them, then I can identify. I think, Dan, it's your first time speaking in Lithuania, no?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I think it's super cool how you were so like deeply embedded in your supply chain for your business. And you mentioned that like it was really challenging to pitch to individuals who like, you know, obviously didn't work as closely, such as investors. So I was wondering like, how did you get over that? Like how did you try to face that obstacle and get people to understand?
Yeah. I mean, it's a tricky question because there's what did I do over a decade ago and what would I do now? So I'll kind of answer both in the same one. People care about stories and they care about people, right? So showing someone a bunch of metrics about the goals we're going to meet is valuable, but we always had photos. We actually, one thing we did, which I think is represented by a couple folks who've spoken today, we always strove to hire our team in Ecuador to be indigenous folks from the communities we worked with. And with their permission, we told their stories. We talked about why they joined our team and why they chose to work with us. So making it personal and giving people a point to relate to. Also, we brought people to the Amazon. We brought investors, we brought journalists. So actually showing them what is happening on the ground is really important. And then lastly, this may seem obvious, but picking people who care. I would always rather get a 10% lower valuation on my company by someone who I know really cares about my impact than an extra $1 million or whatever it is for someone who doesn't really get it. Because the people who gave us the most trouble were the ones who were really in it just for the money and didn't care nearly as much about what we were doing in Ecuador.
Thank you. Another question? Just raise your hand. Otherwise, I would like to take the opportunity. Dan, I liked your model, starting with the who.
Mm-hmm.
And I can totally relate to what you have said about the why, looking at a lot of corporates right now with different purpose strategies going on. They look really into the why. Why you think it's sometimes so valuable to start with the who, or why you criticize this?
I don't criticize it, first of all, but we live in, I can't speak for Lithuania, but I think if I look broadly at the culture of like west of Europe and North America as having a lot of similarities, we're very in our head. We think about analyzing and strategizing and problem solving, super important. But we are also social, emotional creatures. And so a lot of our ways of thinking actually come in the form of relationships, feelings, emotions, connection. And so starting with the who, I think really allows you to encompass both. Because if we dissociate from and really go into our heads about the numbers and the sort of very quantifiable things, it's easy to lose track of a lot of things that we might miss in terms of relationships, motivations, the subconscious stuff that you can't as easily put into words on a sheet of paper.
Thank you. There's a question over here, but otherwise there was also a question here. Yeah, we are ready.
Yeah, so you talked about how what like your 80-year-old self would tell your current self, but what would you right now tell your like college self?
Oh, that's a great question. What would I tell my college self? How much time you got? No. I'll keep it to the sort of the what I went on to do, not so much like psychotherapy. I'll save that for my therapist. I would tell myself, the biggest thing I'd tell myself is actually a lot of what I told you all here, because these are things I wish someone had told me. Focus less on where I'm giving public speeches or the awards I get or the ways I'm recognized, because I chased after a lot of that, partly because I felt competitive with my business partner, who we're very good friends now, fortunately. Not a guarantee. So I'd say pay more attention to what is motivating me, my own patterns, the ways that I lost track of sort of my sense of self. And I'd also say to build better habits. I was really stuck in a lot of like high school habits. And I think that if I'd built better ways of tracking my time and energy, I would have saved myself a lot of stress. Also, make sure to have fun.
That's a good buzzword, to have fun.
Yes. I hope I can reveal your secret that you have Lithuanian roots.
Sure, yeah.
And really,
it's not a secret.
Thank you, thank you for your speech, and thank you for coming here and enriching our ecosystem with your experience. And I really wish and hope you will come back again, and for finding more answers about your roots, and also for cooperating with us in building impact nation. Thank you.
Yeah, a comment.
Great. That's an invitation, I would say. Huh?
I'll take it.
Great. Is there a last final question? Yeah, over here, and then we head.
Victoria, behind you.
My question is actually from your probably name of the speech, but I'm interested how you would answer it. So, what do we owe each other?
It's up to you, right? I'm not here to tell you there's a quantifiable, universal answer. I struggle with my sense of philosophy and morals. I'm both like a contextualist and sometimes an absolutist, depending on the day and the situation. I think we owe the thing that I can say I feel is universal is we owe each other kindness. I love to talk about the difference between kind and nice. Nice is this like, he's nice, he's doing nice things, he's appearing as a good person, but kindness is a generosity of spirit. It's a sense of positive regard. It's the idea of love. Can I say that in here? It's the idea of love and care, and even for people that you dislike, showing them respect as a human being. That's like the most basic thing I would say, and that's really woven into what we did, because a lot of folks who look like me would show up in Ecuador and work with indigenous communities in a way that can be very judgmental or entitled. And there are a lot of moments where I could have assumed the worst and chose to assume the best about the communities, and that really served me. So yeah, that'd be the first thing I'd say.
Great. Okay. Dan, once again, a big applause. Thank you for joining us. But you will actually be back in just a few minutes for our final panel discussions.
I'll see you all soon.
Yeah, see you in a few minutes, probably in 1 or 2. I just now want to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors. As you can see, of course, all of them are pictured behind me. We want to thank the ISM University, the ISM Students Association, Lithuania's Social Business Association, Nestle Baltics, Parasistas, AM Spauda, Math Scientific, LED Lumina, Salduma, iLunch, and also Manoguru. And now it's my pleasure to actually welcome all the speakers we had from today to the stage again for, a final short panel discussions where also you have the opportunity to ask some questions to, let's say, Ayman or Sophia from before. And I look forward to have this discussion with all of them. So I think you will remember Ayman started in the morning with his first speak. We had Sophia as our second speaker. You can come to the stage already. And in the second part, Dan and also Yeva. Yeva is here, and I know that we are also joined again by Aiste from Manoguru. So I would call this as an opportunity to deepen our conversation, maybe to also sharpen some of our arguments. You will also, I think everybody will get a microphone. If not, you just hand over the microphones, and I think we can handle it like this. So the title of this panel discussion is The Development of Social Entrepreneurship. And we heard so many different aspects today. And I would like to just kick it off by giving you all one question. Then I invite you to maybe react on each other or make some points that you feel like are important. And due to the time, I would like to then open it up as quick as possible to the audience to ask some more questions. Okay?
Can you start on the other side?
Huh?
Start over there.
So I would like to start with Ayman. This morning, you kicked off our session talking about the mindset resources, and you talked about the importance of teams if you build up your social business. But I would like to ask you, what you're looking for when you build up your team, or what advices you would have as for young entrepreneurs when you actually build up the team, what you're looking for.
Okay. So hello again. There is this key term which is valuable would be here. There is I'm sure you're familiar with minimal viable product, MVP or MVC, but there is also minimal viable team. What you look for, there are technical skills which needs to be related to the segment or the sector that you're working in. As you have to become an expert or be an expert if you're working within a specific market. If you don't have this skill, you want to recruit it on board. So if you're a technician or you're a programmer, maybe you want someone from a marketing background to be on board. It depends on how you define your business. So that's from a technical point of view, covering the main aspects of the business: marketing and sales, business development. Usually CEO would do the business development, product design, communication. So you would want to find that. The other aspect, and I think the presentation tried to cover that, is to have a shared vision. To be able to work with harmony with your team, because there will be friction while you're working. So you want to work with people who you feel you are able with, who shares the same value. So this would be easier.
Thank you. I would like to continue, Sophia. Like you mentioned today, the importance of like branding, also the impact that you actually has as a company. And now knowing that brands, as you said, are a bit like persons, you need to build trust, it needs time. You as a female entrepreneur, I was wondering, do you have any advice, especially let's say for female students, because often this social entrepreneurship space is also occupied, I would say, by a lot of men. What are the advices you would give to young female students, girls and women, to encourage them to become social entrepreneurs?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I've worked with hundreds of women now on their businesses, and I think across the board, the biggest hurdle I've seen isn't a business challenge. It's not something related to like money or anything like that. It's literally imposter syndrome. So it's this element of self and not feeling enough when it comes to tackling just feeling like when I'm on the stage and I have my business and then I have this other business run by a bunch of guys, I have this tech business over here, there's a element of a lot of women don't feel like they measure up, and therefore they kind of overcompensate, they feel like they have to do so much more and things like that. And the thing I worry and I've seen happen is with that overcompensation comes burnout, and then a lot of women-led teams end up leaving the space as a result. And my biggest advice is, number one, I think community when it comes to women entrepreneurs, it's so important in order to preserve your sanity, and also like to have that reminder that you are enough, and to have kind of a community of people that are rallying and rooting you on when it comes to your venture and keeping it going. So, my answer is actually has nothing to do with business, because I've found that amongst a lot of women social entrepreneurs, like their biggest hurdle is the mental hurdle of self-confidence, not feeling like an imposter, and feeling like they belong in the room.
Thank you. I could feel, I think there's a lot of resonating here. Aiste, from Manu Guru here in Vilnius, I wonder, maybe you can share, maybe that's also the opportunity, what are you would say your daily struggles as a social business? Where would you see you would need more support from the community in Vilnius? Because here are a lot of people from Lithuania,
Yes.
So maybe this is something you could tell us.
Yeah, it's very good questions. And I want to comment about teamwork. It actually is very important for us too. Like if we don't have a good team, we cannot work, because we're working with people who not have enough social skills, they don't have work skills. So they struggle with that. And from society or from the people of Vilnius, of Lithuania, we need support. And they come to us and say, okay, it's very good job what you're doing. So it's very important that people come to us, because we need support that. And not like us, but people who work with that, work in Mano Guru. They need because they're thinking that nobody like them. Like nobody, my parents don't like me, don't love me, society don't like me. So I always tell them, no, it's okay. You struggle with that, but start working. Everything will be better. So people come to us, show us that they like me, they love us. So please come to us
So please.
We'll be waiting for you guys.
Yeah, so everybody, you can check out Manoguru, or if you also from all the teams who are here in Vilnius, you probably have the chance to step by. Yeah, thank you. Yeva, I would like to ask you regarding, I was fascinated by trying to give us other understanding of a worldview. And you put up the picture of the world showing the South American map. And I would like to continue this picture, and it's a picture actually from Bruno Latour, one of the most influential intellectual thinkers of our times. He sadly passed away last year, and he said, we have that picture of the planet as you showed, but this is actually not what we should see. If we think about the planet, we should see this thin layer of only 1 kilometer that is going around, because this is the layer we can live in. I think this is what you were hinting to really have a different understanding worldview, what we see when we talk about the planet. It's not just, it's a lot of different cultures, and I would like to ask you, how do you think this new paradigm could look like, and what might be the value of indigenous knowledge to help us to create, let's say, sustainability?
Okay, thanks. Well, yeah, first of all, I think what I meant with that picture is just for us here in Europe to sort of shake it up in a way and show that each one of us in this room has a different picture of that world, right? We have teams from Asia, we have teams from at least one I know of is from US, etc., and made up of people from different places. So we should be speaking of a new paradigm, but just as in the beginning of this conference, what the patrons, what the sponsors said, we are speaking about the futures, right? As what you mentioned in the introduction. So the same. What I was talking about is the world views, right? And that maybe we should use that product of not necessarily indigenous, but like in general knowledges around the world. So the relational paradigm, which says that we have to connect knowledges from all over and be ready to live with paradigms and be ready for futures. Because really, from my standpoint, it's not the same as Ayman's, it's not the same as other people. Here, whatever each individual or the community that they belong, you will take, they will have something else in mind, and that's okay, and we really need to find commonalities in that and work on that. And here I would go back to what Dan was saying, definitely ecosystems, or even think about it as ecotones. So ecotones are this mixture of ecosystems and buffer zones, and where a lot of ecosystems mean, that's the ecotone. And in biology, it is the richest biological, ecological unit is the ecotone. So we have to learn from these riches of, cultural, let's just say, ecotones, and, build our futures, build our paradigms, build our world views, and be acceptable of that plurality. And that's where, not necessarily, highlighting, because of my experience in Chile and in South America, highlighting indigenous knowledges and indigenous worldviews, we definitely have a lot to learn, but not only from there. Asia is full of these very rich cultures, same as Australia, Oceania, Africa, just don't get me started with that. But this plurality, this richness, and this mindset of serving each other, and basis of exchange of asks, what do I owe you? You ask, I give, I ask, you give. That's what we owe each other, what we agree upon, that exchange. So I would say like that, it's not a concrete proposal of a worldview, but of being open to that richness and to that plurality.
Thank you. So reminding us to stay open. And then maybe to conclude this round, you mentioned that doing good can be a harm. could you elaborate a bit on it? Because I felt like, is it sometimes they have the good intention, but then the complexity kicks in. I'm having an example in mind where they tried to rescue, I think in Africa, a lot of lions, so they stopped the hunters from killing them. So what the hunters did, they found the other side hustle business and created a lot of problem on the other side. So could you elaborate a bit, how to say it, still to encourage the people to have good intentions?
First of all, I just really quickly want to finish an answer to the question you asked me, which is what I'd tell myself, because there's a really important thing I missed, which is to remember to love myself. If there was one thing I go back to my 20s and do, it's that. And I think that kind of goes indirectly to answering your question, which is to really paying attention, as I talked about, to what our motives and inherent desires are in starting a social business. Sometimes it is, I think it's a spectrum, right? Sometimes it is unintended consequences, which is why thinking very comprehensively and strategically and looking at stakeholders and other sources of information about, like, what might I not expect that I would only know by asking an ecologist and a cultural anthropologist and a politician and all the members of these villages. Sometimes it, I think, is just like in a broken piece of a business model. So a thing that we ran into in Ecuador was we'd see these projects, like the German development agency showed up and was like, you know what, there's a market for shiitake mushrooms. So farmers in Ecuador, they need money. Let's grow shiitake mushrooms. And they'd plant a bunch of mushrooms and they'd build mushroom processing facilities. And we showed up like 4 years later and they were rusting hulks of machinery because no one thought about, who's gonna buy the mushrooms? And so that was a problem of like not thinking comprehensively and not sticking around for the long run, because like the communities we worked with were more disappointed and more mistrustful from yet another set of broken promises. But it goes all the way to, I think, actually the intentionally malignant, like greenwashing and whitewashing, right? Like, I'm not gonna name names, but there are plenty of companies who mostly use social impact or environmental positive impact as a marketing tool and are making products that are terrible for environment and destroy communities. So like, sometimes, I don't think they're the people listening to any of this here, but it depends on who is doing it and what they're looking at.
And to really measure the impact. That's what a lot of companies actually don't do, to really have that impact measurements or even a whole research department about their own impact. And to maybe conclude this first round, Ayman, you mentioned this maybe next step of development in social entrepreneurship 4.0. Maybe as an open question to all of you, are there current trends in social entrepreneurship you would say they are exciting, they are interesting to follow also for the young audience here, where you say, wow, this is maybe something promising to look at? Maybe Ayman, you can kick off, and if you would like to add then to the others.
Of course. So I believe that we're still in the Impact 3.0 phase, where corporations are still trying to shift and finding a way that they can do profit and do good without doing the harm. So the total summation of all the activities of one organization needs to be positive in order to be Impact 3.0. Impact for some of the examples that are there, and which is a good message to pass through. Social business does not have to first cater for the bottom of the pyramid, or the people who are really in bad need for a service or for a product, which usually what comes in mind, I want to serve people who are on the streets. That's a social business. Well, if you are doing, if you're doing a normal business, but making sure that every activity that you do is positive, then you are already in that field. And I see examples of, maybe that would be a bit of an extreme, but a university that is doing their job in the right way, that's a social business. A saloon that is doing their job and making sure that they would take care of the clients and they would take care of the well-being of someone, while also trying to make money. That might be, again, a bit of an extreme example. But to take it on a bigger scale, one of the last examples I saw as a social business is this company that manufactures protein through cockroaches. So it's way more environmentally friendly to produce 1 gram of protein through cockroaches and resell it for farming. That's a smart way of doing business and at the same time doing money.
Thank you. So watch out for your cockroaches.
I think it might be crickets, not cockroaches.
If you want to add someone of your...
I would add, for me, what's been really exciting in that movement is I'm starting to see a lot of businesses where it's almost a no-brainer anymore. Like a lot of younger businesses, they are now realizing this element of having social impact, whether it's, we're being thoughtful about how we manufacture our products, and we're being thoughtful about within our team, there's going to be thoughtfulness around hiring with more diverse practices in mind, being more thoughtful about wages and things like that. I think a lot of businesses are kind of like, duh, we have to do this. This is a no-brainer. I think that's really exciting. I also think it's exciting that a lot of trends that are old are coming back. So things like in the US, thrifting has become much more popular now. You're seeing a resurgence. So we're also going back into history and looking at what are some ethical and environmentally friendly practices. Thrifting is, how do we make that cool? So now a lot of influencers, for example, are working on making thrifting cool and bringing that back. So I think that's also really exciting, where we're learning from our past and borrowing from the past and seeing what we can bring back, because it's more environmentally friendly, ethical, things like that.
Yeah, thank you. Lately I've been to another conference, and they discussed the question as an organization or leader to think about what actually worked in the past and we lost. Because we often tend to overemphasize, let's say, the focus to the futures, but thank you for reminding us to sometimes look into the past, what actually worked and was great. Someone would like to add?
I would just add in 10 seconds to what Sophia said, is that it was what I talked about, if you're gonna do a social business, it should make sense as a business, right? Like the charity investing model, because like, we need to give them a better terms, like that can be great for things that are not easy to build, but the best businesses that have a social impact are ones that are just great businesses. And I think we're increasingly, through the changing and desires of people, like it's not a tough sell anymore, and it shouldn't be this complicated model. Like you should weave it into your business is gonna be the best path to success.
Okay, I would like to actually open it up to some more questions from the audience. So raise your hand. I see over here in the white shirt, we have a question here. And
I think we have all the microphones.
Yeah.
Oh, this look, some magic. A microphone.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I think this question is more geared toward Dan. I really loved your idea of like servant leadership. I actually did an internship for the government of Ontario, and we like kind of adopted that, like, through public service. But I'm really curious, like, about did you take any like actionable steps to implement that idea of servant leadership throughout your business? And how did you like keep that at the top of your mind?
I didn't do the best job at my business because it's what I've learned to do as an executive coach and a therapist. But there was a really important thing that I did do, which was make sure to talk to everyone who like was on my team, and I managed a team of like 15, which I wouldn't necessarily say is great, but it was what happened. I talked to every one of them live every week, and I really made a point of asking how things were going and trying to make it really clear to them, like, please don't use 10 minutes just to complain, but also let me know what's not working. Let me know how you feel, because creating that spirit of trust and authenticity allowed them to feel actually cared for and valued. So that's the biggest thing I'd say. I feel like other people up here have experience with that too, so I'll turn it back to the panel.
Oh, sure. In terms of servant leadership, that's definitely how I did the things when I was the director for community engagement at the law and business faculty of Universidad de la Frontera. Because first of all, university is still a privileged space. We get our salaries always on time. We're definitely, not working for overtime for minimum wage, even though there are many other problems in a public state university. But still, it is definitely a privileged position. So having that sort of attitude of a civil servant, so to say, it's not a servant leadership theory as such, but listening and attending to needs, and especially as getting to know, not doing the the thing that you mentioned about certain European country going to another to Latin American country and building up shiitake mushrooms plant.
It's not just the Germans.
But really saying, you know, what do you have, what are you going to work with? So like with the business model that Ayman, business model canvas that Ayman was showing before, we never started with a value proposition. We're like, okay, so this is what we're offering. We were going in and saying, you know, what do you have to work with? What do you want to show? Because in different communities, not only indigenous, you have LGBTQ community, you have the video gaming community there in the south of Chile. They want to share some things, and some things are commercializable, others are not. But in our case, as the ones pushing for social business models to be adopted by all these different people in all these different communities that they were serving, first of all was that exchange of asks, like, what do you need from us? Also, what can you give us? And that's usually not the money, but the time, for example. We had these amazing people from the Sociedad Turismo Mapuche, which I showed before, the Mapuche Tourism Society, just giving their time and their knowledge, commun, their you know, hundreds of years of their ancestors' knowledge, saying, look, what you can do here is this, is this, is this. And you know, don't build a lodge or a shelter for tourists on the bottom of the volcano on that side, build it on the other side, because when lava shows up, it goes on that side. And no prevention plan was, you know, there to show where the lava went, because the engineers were not there 400 years ago to watch where the lava went. Meanwhile, the ancestors of these people we were talking to knew what was going on with the volcano, which is also, you know, a spirit in their culture, and so on and so forth. So yeah, so it's definitely this exchange of asks idea, and serving them and them serving us in this sort of symbiotic relationship. Sorry, a lot of ecology today apparently here in this room, but yeah, my supplement would be this.
Ayman, you want to
Two quick words about this. Keeping in mind early stage businesses are lacking on resources. So you want to keep your team on. And the thing is, being human, being empathetic, being understanding, care would keep people. Corporation manages to keep people under hard conditions with big money. Social businesses can pass that through care, and hopefully when they're successful, they can do the big money.
Thank you. We have time for another question. I see over there, yeah. Behind you, or? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your presentations. They were interesting to listen to. And my question is more about tax, and the question is for Eva. So what do you think of the current tax system in Lithuania? So you said in your presentation that it's all about our mentality towards creating a value for people and driving the social aspect of the businesses. What do you think about the government side of this? Is there maybe something that we can improve in terms of the tax? Because according to PricewaterhouseCoopers in Lithuania, the tax bracket for an income up to 20,000 a year is only 20%. And we know that in Scandinavia, the tax income brackets are smaller, and the tax income also goes, like the tax income percentage also goes up much more than in Lithuania, for example.
Okay, well, Victoria will take this one up after with you with details. But here, my answer would be this: pay your taxes. I mean, this is our responsibility as members of the society. Now, as far as the redistribution politics are concerned, whether we increase or decrease, maybe we should obey the World Bank recommendation to tax every income and back and so forth. I'm a lawyer, I'm not an economist. So I'm definitely, from my profession, I can say it's in the law, pay your taxes, that's it. But more globally, in terms of you know, changing policy, implementing policy, whether it's economic policy or other, it's, again, I would go back to the values issue. Like, what do we value as a society? Maybe, you know, why the Scandinavian model? I don't know, maybe some other part of the world has things to teach us. Or if we agree that that's what we want, you know, let's vote on representatives and elect them to the parliament, same as those who would represent these values and visions and beliefs. And, you know, don't elect gražulis anymore, I don't know. But still pay your taxes. My answer is that.
I think for us as the foreigner, we didn't understand that message.
Sorry,
correctly. No,
I'll explain.
It's fine. We have time for another question. Yeah.
Yeah, I just, because also organize a lot of events like this, I'm also following time. So I was a little bit surprised that we haven't mentioned anything that the war in Ukraine is going on, and that's the reality. And what I mentioned, that many social entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs are failing startups because they are building something what is not related to reality. So just before the ending of this event, I would like just to emphasize what the moderator has mentioned, that it's important to emphasize important things, that today our world is shaped by many unprecedented crises, pandemics, economic crisis, energy crisis, war in Ukraine, which shaked all our humanity. And yeah, the way we do business, the way we invest, we're really looking into democracy-related things and radicalization of societies. So one word from you as a summary. So when we are taking into consideration all that reality which is going on today and all those crises, and we don't know what climate will bring us next year. So what would be what social enterprises, social entrepreneurs can do to elevate our future?
Yeah, thank you. And let's do this as a final round. So I invite every one of you for a final statement on this.
So actually, my day-to-day job is working on new treatments for post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a longer story. Happy to talk about it. But I say that as an answer to say, if you want to address something or maybe contribute to something that's outside your core business mission, think about what you uniquely are capable of. Is it that you have talented operations people who can lend some time and effort to getting supplies somewhere, in the case of Ukraine? Or in our case, we're looking at training therapists in Ukraine to help address post-traumatic stress from the war with the modalities we've developed, right? So I'd say think about what fits into the work you already do so that people will get excited about using their talents is the best way to look at the various things we face as a world.
Sophia?
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And I think trailing off of Dan, so with my WAD organization that I co-founded, we actually stopped working in Cameroon because they entered a civil war. And I think for us, what we realized was we're really good at what we do, but we do not have the skill set nor the talent or the drive to do this work within a setting of a war, right? So I think for me, you know, kind of going back to a question I presented in my presentation of don't be afraid to call out what's not working and to fill in that gap. And I think, you know, for the people in this room that feel super impassioned with what's going on with the war in Ukraine, and to see solutions and see ways that they can participate and create an impact, you know, I definitely encourage and invite people to step in, because at the end of the day, there are different flavors of social entrepreneurs and different strengths that we have, and those who feel the personal drive and have that strength and they know that this setting is their flavor and that they could do really, really well as far as providing impact, giving back, creating structures and businesses that help this situation with the war in Ukraine. I really encourage and invite you, because this is a call to action. It's your time to step up.
Okay, thank you. What comes to mind, this message might not be the most common that you would hear in an entrepreneurship event or in the entrepreneurship sphere, which is think small instead of thinking big. And why is that? In order to be able to achieve and deliver iteratively, little by little. Look around you, look at the challenges around you, whether it's war or environment. Look at the sector that you enjoy working with and you're good, and try to do just a little bit of impact or contribution to that. The second thing is we didn't touch upon it, and I'm sure all of the speakers have it in mind, which is not to be afraid of failure. It's part of the process. I know it sounds like a cliche, but it's life. This is how it goes. You fail, and that's what you build forward for. And the third thing is being, of course, the very first beginning of my slides were about self-conscious, to be able to observe things around you, and that's a good thing to have personally and professionally, whether you want to be an entrepreneur within an organization or an entrepreneur within a governmental institution or an entrepreneur within someone else's company. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeva.
Sure. Well, in addition to researching social entrepreneurship and innovation, I research crises. So I research business resilience practices and crisis situations, and the amount of papers I had to read about the Syrian war, the experiences, many other conflict situations. While others were speaking, I was just trying to go through that wealth of information that other researchers have put out there to draw, to take out like one bit of information, and it's just overwhelming. So I will go with what Ayman just said. Yeah, just find one thing, and what others have said. Focus on one thing, what you can actually, where you can move that needle, because otherwise these things, wars in general, are just overwhelming for an individual, and at least it got me paralyzed for a couple of months, and I just want one faraway relative, like a cousin of a cousin of a cousin, who's in the army there. But that was already enough to draw us as an entire family in. So I'm pretty sure that whether you are anywhere in the world, if you are in Canada, you are for sure feeling also the effects of that, like in one way or another. And as social entrepreneurs, it's your obligation just to address one issue, one aspect of that, I think. And yeah, if you're looking, maybe ecological problems that the war or the after-war situation comes in, if you are not, very interested or motivated by, I don't know, refugee entrepreneurship. Every person is right different, and we have to draw on that motivation. So I think that would be just echoing my colleagues here on the panel.
Yeah, I just want to say that do whatever you can from your perspective, what you're doing right now, and don't give up, because sometimes we are very tired from pandemic, from the war, from energy crisis. So do like every day, like small thing, and step by step we can do a lot of good things.
Thank you. This is a great, I think, message, and a big applause to all of you for taking your time to come to Vilnius, to come to the university to discuss with us. I would suggest, mention already, we need to keep going. We need some energy. So we will do now a 10-minute break. After the break, we will be back. There will be a lottery. We will announce one of our winners for a special prize. And I invite you also to get a bit, to clear up maybe all the things we discussed today. I invite you to learn a bit of magic and to dive deeper into a magic wonder mindset. So I will show you some magic and I also teach you a bit of magic, and we will think about what is happening in our brain when we learn magic. So a 10-minute break. We will be back with a little lottery and with a bit of magic. So see you soon. Welcome back to our last part of the day. And before we will start with a little magic show, and actually I will also teach you a bit of magic, we want to actually hand out a special prize, and therefore I'm delighted to be supported by Rapolas. Rapolas was organizing this event today together with a big team behind, so a big applause to Rapolas and the whole team. And Rapolas will tell us in a second what this lottery is about.
Yes, so thank you, Tobias. It's great to be here, and it's lovely to see so many beautiful faces that came around for this conference. And I just wanted to say thanks to our wonderful speakers for the incredible speeches, and of course for Tobias. But most importantly, I wanted to say that it actually warms my heart to know that people do care about social business, and the numbers are still growing. So I'm confident in my heart that social business is on a path of success and it will thrive. But now it's time to pick the lottery winner, and we have a gift for you. So let's see. Who is it gonna be? Can I get a drum roll or something?
Ooh. Rapolas.
So we have Alina Rohala.
Oh,
We have it. Perfect. Come here. Congratulations. Hope you like it. Thank you.
Okay. So, look, I changed this magic box now with my magic box, and then I am ready for, a bit of magic. But first of all, I want to highlight, I love magic. It's my passion. And magic is only possible in relations. So what I mean is, if I perform magic alone in front of a mirror, it's not much fun. Huh? Magic needs interactions, needs relations, and this is what we talked about today, a relational view of our world, to really see this connection as interaction. And magic always reminds us that magic is only possible in these interactions and relations. And this world, I believe, needs more magic. And in the next 20 minutes, I want to take you on a journey through magic. I also want to teach you some magic. And just to check, I hope you all have we will need, I have 2 papers for you prepared. If you don't have them yet, there will be people walking around bringing you 2 of these papers. They're different. It's going to be a bit of magic with the SDGs. No? We heard about this today already. You will need 2 pieces of paper. We will also distribute them. We need them later. And you will need a magic wand. And you can, if you want, you just use a pen. Okay? So these are the equipment we will need to learn a bit of magic. But let's start. And I would say, let's start with some, maybe it's off, 1 second. Let's start with some magic. And let's take our hands again. Let's just warm up, Trust me, we do a bit of sport together in the evening. When you will be in front of the mirror, you will say, wow, thanks, Toby. You made me fit. No, okay. Just drop. And if you want, you can go a bit to the side, say hello to your neighbor. It's the time finally to meet. And up and down. Look, you can try this. You take one, like the pointy finger. This is really difficult. If you show to children, they might be shocked. You take your, and look in here. 1, 2. Oh. Oh, no, I'm kidding. Okay, so hands are a bit warm. You can also open up, open. It's always, in German, we have a beautiful word, begreifen, to grab something. And this is what we often forget, that our body is also part of learning, and I hope you can grab some nice takeaways today. Let's take again the hands like this and do a quick up. Yes, and down, and up, and now left arm down, right arm down. Yeah, there's always, okay, we do I'm German, I should put my left arm up. please make like the finger up, left hand, and make a little finger like this. Point it upwards, point it upwards. Yes, perfect. Because I need some volunteer now. You're all so excited. You were like, yes, pick me, pick me. Oh, you're still with the finger up? Oh, what's your name? Kevin, you can help me for a second? Yeah, a big applause for Kevin. Woo! Kevin. Oh, perfect. Kevin, where are you from?
Canada.
Canada. Nice. Me too. Great. So, sorry, I'm too excited. What do you do for a living?
I'm a student.
Ah, nice. Me too. Great. Kevin, I have something, a little magic prop. I hope you're not afraid of animals. No? Perfect. I have some real animals with me. Look, 1, 2. 2 rabbits. I mean, of course, they're not real. Otherwise, animal rights would come in here. So, Kevin, I just need your hands like this. We do a little table, and I put both rabbits on your hand. Oh, how cute. You putty, putty, putty. Let's pretend they're real. Kevin, look at both rabbits and then tell me which one you like more. Which one you prefer. This one? You sure? Okay, I have a look. It's the female rabbit, Kevin. No, I'm kidding. Everyone, how did you see it? And here, the male. Okay, so you want to have the female. Okay, so Kevin, I take the male rabbit. I keep it pressed in my hand. And you keep your rabbit and keep it pressed in your hand. Close your hand. I let your rabbit disappear, Kevin, okay? I snap my finger. Look, just keep it. And it's jumping through the air. You can feel how it's gone or it's still there? You have to act with me, not against me, okay? No, okay, Kevin, so it's still there. Look, sometimes it also goes the other way. Look, the rabbit goes through, and look, my rabbit, oh, mine disappeared, and Kevin, wait, I go over there, I don't want to touch it. Just open it slowly again, just open in your hand, and let's see, open. Oh, how cute! 1, 2, oh, it's real, it became alive, wow. 2 rabbits, applause for Kevin, huh? Wait, 1 second, Kevin. So we have the male and female rabbit, both rabbits. Can you keep both of them pressed in your hand? Close your hand. And who knows a magic spell? Who knows a magic spell? What? Abra? Well, that's a new one. Nice. Abracadabra. And a bit of magic. Zack. Open it again, Kevin. Oh, how cute. Oh, look, a little baby rabbit. Oh, Mensch, Kevin, in your hand. This is so cute. Look, a big applause to Kevin. Kevin, thank you so much. I see Kevin walking back like... Kevin won't wash his hand anymore. Great. So, magic, I love it because it can connect us, it activates play. Let's try something a bit. I want to get the mood a bit like in a show mood. If I put my hands up like this, okay? I want here the left part. I put my hand up, the left part. You give me a nice and energetic okay? I do like this, and you give me an okay? And you, later. 1, 2, 3. Good. The man. So my hand goes down. Yeah? So we have on this side. When my hand goes down, I invite the right part. You are a lot. So many up there. Okay, I expect a lot. When my arm goes down, I want this part to give me a nice and cool ooh. So we have and... Okay, let's try. 1. I love this. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. What's up there? Come on. 1, 2, 3. Hey. Oh, come on. It's late. But so, ooh. And we need something special. Okay, we have ooh. And we need something special. I need someone who is not afraid of anything. I need a strong man or strong woman. Everybody's looking down. I like it where as soon as you approach the audience, like, I need a strong man or a strong woman. It's not me, it's not me. I'm strong inside, so I don't look. Actually, I take the 2 of you. You know each other here? Yeah? What's your name? Maria and? John. You're from? Spain. Oh, perfect. I knew I'm here approaching the right group. So we have ooh, and then I point to the both of you, okay? So ooh, and then you 2 give us a nice Spanish, yeah, okay? 1, 2, 3, ooh. If they make it happen, they get the 2 of you, you make many people happy right now. They're all thinking, good that they are making that. So, a-u, and then let's try. 1, 2, 3. A big applause for Spain. So this will be our power signals for a, u, and yeah. And now I want to tell you a little story, and I think we touched some of these topics today. Let's imagine this little red mysterious box is us. You can also imagine an organization or a culture. Let's use this little red box as a metaphor for us or the culture societies we live in. And do you have any idea what's inside us? Any ideas? Organs, love, okay, yeah, organs, food, yeah. So the thing is, if you really learn or dig a bit deeper, it's sometimes not as easy to understand what is more and what might be inside us, or is there actually something inside us? So I will just open it here. There is one box. So what is inside us? We already heard it before. Some people call it love, but I would say these are values. Values we live by. We all have different values in different societies, and we share them in our daily business. Our values give us an understanding. And if we understand our values and how they impact our behavior and thinking, this is actually changing our perspective. So what has been inside is suddenly outside. And if we continue to share our values, actually, with people around us, values can sometimes also encourage others to follow us. And as I said, this is changing our perspective. So what has been inside is now outside. Because values never exist universally. We always have to negotiate them, what they mean in a concrete context. And if we continue this process of sharing values and always making them making them thick in a concrete experience, new things can emerge. New understandings, new commonalities across cultures. And this is what I call leading from inside out, knowing that still sometimes some people, it's hard, let's say, to change the perspective, but we should remind ourselves to stay open-minded. Thank you. So, leading from inside out, and now I just have a quick question to you. How do you feel after seeing magic? Or what are the thoughts that go through your brain? How do you feel when you see magic? What is happening in your brain? Or what are the thoughts? Yeah, how does he do it? How is that possible? Yeah, what else? You feel afraid? Some? Happy, some feel joy, yeah, like pleasure. What else? Huh? That's cool, yeah, nice, yeah. What else? Yeah, of course, frustration sometimes. I need to know how that works, yeah? So magic is triggering different emotions. And for me, in the end, magic is a bit like you watch something you don't understand. Yeah? So you watch the unknown. And it's funny for me when I do shows, a lot of people, they see something, I can't believe how that's possible, and they're still clapping, like, wow, nice. And just try to put this mindset into your daily life or in the life of corporates. How often we are confronted with situations we don't know, or we don't understand how it's going, but we have a different attitude to it. We are not clapping like, woo, I don't understand it. How nice is that? So this attitude can help us maybe to shift our perspective. And I, actually, together with Abra Academy, we are an organization based in London. We do workshops, facilitations for different companies. We are a big team of magicians and facilitators. So together we are magilitators. And this is based on research from Dr. Gustav Kuhn. He has actually now the first department of magic at the Goldsmith University in London. And so what is happening in our brain, or what is wonder? And I like this quote from a magician, Amilcar, who said, magic is the emotion caused by something or someone that directly attacks the intellect and causes the sense of wonder. So what is happening in our mind when we see magic? I want to explain with this quick little slide. So we see something that is unbelievable, like something is floating in the air, like a pen. So first of all, the picture goes through our mind, to our visual areas, and then this picture and the information that is gathered there is sent up, so this is bottom-up process, to all our past experience, to the patterns that are in our brain. So this goes up, this information, and then this information goes down, top down, and you can imagine it comes back, so we test it with all the patterns, the experience we had from the past, and then it comes down and is trying to connect this with what we see. And then suddenly there is a gap, because what we see is not in our patterns or in our past experience. And this is that magic gap, this is the gap of wonder, and neuroscience also shows that this area of our brain is where creativity, curiosity takes place. So for us as Abra Academy, we try with our different workshops and formats to stay as long as possible in this gap of wonder, because we believe that we all need this. Like a wonder mindset. So if we have a wonder mindset, we don't rely on our old memories. Talking today also about how important the past is, so don't exaggerate, but knowing that we need to be really curious and open and to sometimes suspend our disbelief. We don't have to judge immediately if we meet people from other cultures. We can suspend sometimes, bringing us into this space of curiosity and possibility. And this, I think, allows us to maybe create something new, or that something new can emerge. It's not about that we have to always create. We need to be also ready that something can just emerge. Yeah, so this is what I call the wonder mindset of magic, and I would like to invite you now to learn a bit of magic. Are you ready for learning a bit of magic? Yes. Okay, I try it again. Are you ready to learn a bit of magic? Yes. Oh wow, such a spontaneous audience. First of all, I think you all received a pen, huh? Yes. Okay, great. You all have a pen? Pencil? Okay, let's try a first simple magic trick, just to start with. So you keep for example, the pen on the one side, and with a bit of magic to the other side, you see, oh, it's floating in the air. So magic, if I show you now, it's all about perspectives. So try this. You can show this, trust me, to maybe some children in your family. It's a fun thing to do. You can start on the one side, and you go over there, and you can show it like this. It's super simple. But it's not as easy as to think. If you have to perform it, and that's what I'm teaching also to children or teenagers, if you have to perform it, you have to think about the whole action from the beginning to the end. A lot of kids, they show the trick, like this, woo, and what they do, they go from the stage, thank you, that was amazing, wow. No, literally, I've seen it all, I've seen it all. There are also the people who go to the stage and, yeah. So, it's not as easy as we think, but it teaches us to be a good magician or to have real magic. You have to think about the other perspective. So we again about the topic of empathy. How is my audience, my customer receiving the magic I want to share? And to think about it from the beginning till the end. To say, ta-da, and closing it. So I guess you all have now a pen ready. This is going to be our magic wand. And now I hope you all have, wait in a second, I will show you a bit. So I will invite you actually to use a magic trick to gather some of your takeaways from today, okay? So I just want to show you one of my takeaways today is actually to always think about what is the next best step. To really have that mindset or this attitude, let's see in which situation I'm in to create the next best step. And if I do this, I think we discussed about it today, I'm open for shifts, I'm open to the environment or the ecological surrounding and so on. So I'm able to do this. Look, I know that always to do the next best step, this is not as easy sometimes, as you can see. This takes effort. This is not like, how you say, it's a process. It's a process. But every magician, sometimes we need the help from others, or we need a magic wand. And you remember the magic wand I have, no? Just a pen. And with a bit of magic, look, out of my next best step, I have another takeaway that we have to talk about the futures and really concentrate about the who, including the people around us, but also the world. So these are 2 takeaways I shared with you. And I want to teach you now this little trick that you can take it home and tell everyone about your takeaways, okay? So, all you need is 2 pieces of paper. If you don't find 2 pieces of paper at your place yet, there are people that will bring them by. So I give you now just a few seconds. Please write down 1 takeaway into the middle of the paper, and really think about what was something that you would like to share with your friends, with your family. If you come home in the evening, you want to tell them, hey, this was one of my takeaways. So write 1 takeaway on the one side, and on the other paper, another takeaway. So I invite you now, also as a bit of a self-reflection, to write down at least 2 takeaways that you would like to share with your friends, your family, or your colleagues on these papers. And please make sure to write them in the middle, because as you see, I'm holding on the side with my hand. I give you a few seconds, and then we will start. You can also, of course, look to your neighbor and have a look what are the takeaways from your neighbor. Okay, everybody has 2 takeaways. If you have 2 takeaways, just put them in the air so I can see who's ready. Okay, yeah, a few are ready. If not yet, just get a paper, and as I said, I invite you to just write down 2 takeaways. Okay? And I hear aloud. Perfect. That is my man. It's a female power. Nice. So you have 2 takeaways ready. So I will share with you this little secret, knowing that this is between us and it's for learning. So you have 2 takeaways. And with magic and with a lot of other things in life, preparation is key. So first of all, you can take one of the takeaways that we will fold now. You can see a bit here. So we will fold this now together. And wait, I think I have a slide for this. So you can now, I will do it with you step by step. So you hold first of all the takeaway, show it to the audience how you would present one of them in front, okay? And then we are here, number 1, to fold. So first of all, we will make in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And first, you just bend it over like a bit like this. So you keep it like this, show it to the audience. Then you fold it like this. Then you fold it back. And look, I'm leaving here a bit of like a space so that later I can grab it. And then we fold it back again, so we create a little package. And trust me, this is not easy, of course. And you see, we are feeling, we're touching some material things here. So, okay, so we have this little to open. And now, I don't know how big are your hands. I have quite small hands, so that's why I usually fold it once in the middle. You just fold it in the middle. And then you have a little package ready like this. So if you fold it up and you can open it like this, you show one of your takeaways. Okay? Done? If you're done, just jump up and do a flip. No, I'm kidding. So everybody ready? So you have a little package, okay? And you can fold it like this. And this is the preparation you need, the package and the magic wand. A magic wand, like a pen or something, you need to put into your pocket. And I will show you now, we go through step. So what you actually do, you have the other takeaway. For example, mine was to always do the best next step. So you hide one of the little package behind. So you can literally just take it like this, and you hold it like this, it looks natural. And you can relax. This is the preparation you need. You know, this is my setup. I have the pen in my pocket, and that's all you need. Okay? And now, we can do this a bit step by step. So you can show one of your takeaways. You can, for example, tell your friends tonight, look, my takeaway was this. And now let's do this together. Hold it in front of you, okay? And the first thing we start doing now, you rip off. I encourage you, like, first look and then do, okay? So you rip off a piece. You put the piece in front, you change the hand, and then you show the hand empty again. Relax. Magic is not about speed, it's about the right steps, okay? So you can rip it off, put it in front, show the hand, you can talk about your takeaway, then you rip off till you have, let's say, more or less one package, and always relax and show the hand between. Perfect. I see the professionals here. Okay. Then we are here. And now we have the little pack behind and like this. And if we now flip it over like this, that's what I do. I'm just making the package in front the same size as behind, you see? So I can work on this to make it the same size. And then the important move, when I'm doing like this, I just turn it once completely. So you can also just turn it. Because now the exchange package is in front, and the one you destroyed is behind. So like this, you can push this into your hand. You push, you keep it like this, and literally like this. Nobody sees these are two packages. You can relax, you can just talk, yeah, that was my takeaway. And now you push the package over here. So like this is the setting. What the people see is just you holding one. And now comes the only moment where the real magic is happening. So you tell them, oh, to make the magic happen, I need my magic wand. I need a pen. So what I do, I take this. I use my eyes. The eyes are really important in magic. Because if I believe in what I'm doing, you will also believe it. This is a really important part. Because I believe the package is here, and I look here, you all look here. Nobody looks here. It's natural. That's humans. We look here. And then I can go into my pack. I can take out the magic wand and leave the other, leave the torn pieces in the bag. So now I'm clean. I show you again. And that was too fast. So you have the two packages, the ones you destroyed, the one in the back. So you have it like this. You push the one into your hand. You can relax. You can say, look, all I need is the magic wand, my magic wand. The focus is here. And then with a bit of magic, it opens up into the other. Understood? Yeah? So everybody who understood gives me now a loud, ooh. Okay, so this is a trick. I hope you have at least now 2 takeaways you can take home. And the trick is super easy to do again. You just need another paper to write on. The package you prepared now is always ready to be used again. You can always use this one again. And what I talked now about magic and the importance of eyes, this is actually also shown by research. There's a big difference between monkeys and humans when it comes to our eyes. Michael Tomasello, it's a great researcher. I recommend his work. His work is actually the most quoted work in social sciences. He was doing research over many decades on why we humans developed into such complex civilizations. He wrote a beautiful, really short book called Why We Cooperate. I really recommend for everyone who's studying economics. And he's saying there's a big difference because what monkeys do, if I move my head This is what monkeys do. Monkeys only follow the movement of heads. So if they see another monkey, they follow the movement of heads. But we humans, we follow the movement of eyes. And this has a big implication because we are able to see what the other person is focusing on. So this is a very important evolutionary step, that we are able to communicate by our eyes what we focus on. And this makes cooperation much more easier if we all follow head movements. So this is an important step, and this is why eyes are especially important to magic. I would like to more or less come to an end. I just have to look quickly to the time. I want to give you one magic trick that you can take away home, and also to encourage you to maybe talk with some friends about the SDGs. I have this trick here in a big slide. We have 17 slides, and I just want to invite. What's your name again? Eric. Eric, can you pick in your mind one of the first 15 SDGs, one of the first 15, but don't tell me which one, okay? Don't tell me. You have it in your mind? But no, okay, I will try to read your mind now, okay? To get one of the first 15, okay? I have a first simple question. Can you see your SDG here? Yes or no? Yes or no? No. Oh, it's gonna be difficult, okay? On the second, can you see it here? Yes or no? No. I mean, you really picked one here, yes or no? Oh, come on. And here, hopefully, yes, but I don't know. Okay. So, 15 SDGs, you practically said no, no, no the whole time. Think about yours. I think it's decent work and economic growth. Am I right? Yes, let's try another one. Can I invite you? One of the first 15 SDGs, pick it in your mind. You have it? And I asked the same question. Is it here? Oh, yes, yes, I'm on a good track. Is it here? Oh, then maybe here. Okay, maybe here. No, wait, no, you Lithuanians, no. But I can read. It's the first one. It's no poverty. So this is a little magic trick that you can take home as an invitation to talk about the SDGs. I use this also in workshop with kids and teenagers, where you can pick one of your favorites SDGs and talk about it. And all you need is what you have in your hands. And you see we have all the 17 SDGs and 4 tables. And this, the secret to it, is a little bit of mathematics. Oh no, I thought it's gonna be super easy. All you need to do, I give you one example. Imagine someone takes SDG number 9, okay? Let's imagine. So we see number 9, industry innovation. So can you see it here? Yes. So when someone is saying yes, you remember the number in the corner on the top left. So if he says yes, I remember number 1. Can you see it here? No? So I don't have to remember any number. Can you see it here? No. Can you see it here? SDG 9 is here, and the number in the left corner is 8. 1 plus 8? 9! So this works with every SDG except 16 and 17, remind, okay? So you can try this with every SDG. For example, you take number 7, so you can see it here, yes, so you remember 1. You can see it here, yes, number 2, you see it here, yes. So 1 plus 2 plus 4, 7, and on the last is not. So I invite you, go home, make some SDG magic, and talk with your people about it. And to finish off, I would like to show you that in magic, everything is possible. Literally, we can imagine something and make it happen. And look, I take out of my pocket a deck of cards. Can you see it? Yes, imagine. Now I open it, so I put it back. I shuffle the cards. Oh, how nice! I'm a good shuffler. Can you shuffle the cards as well a bit? What's your name? Orte. Just shuffle the cards. Perfect. Oh, professional. Class. And now we need to. And now we need to select one card, Orte. Okay. But first of all, Orte, do you want to have a red or a black card? Black. Okay. So now we can decide between spades or clubs. So spades is like the black heart, and clubs is the little tree. What do you want? Clubs. Clubs is the black heart. And now we need a number, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, any number. 8. Okay, so you shuffle the cards. Perfect, I take the cards back. And I will take now, for you, out of the deck, the 8 of spades. Look, I'm opening it, you shuffled it. Okay, I have to, here. I take the 8 of spades out and I turn it around. So one card in the deck is turned around. The 8 of spades, your card. I give you the deck and, oh wait, I forgot the box. So the cards into the box for you, okay? And I want you now, can you throw the cards to me? Like throw them, yeah? And I throw them back to you. Oh, great catch! Nice, good. And wait, try again. You throw the deck of cards back to me and I will try to catch it with this bag, okay? You ready? You see? 1, 2, 3, throw it to me. Yeah, and look. Yes! The deck of cards arrived, and just in our imagination, we started this journey today. And let's open and let's look through if we can see one card that it's faced in the other direction. We look through. Oh, look, I think there is one card already here. The 8 of spades, but only one card turned around. Urte, your card, the 8 of spades. And I was actually thinking, it's a special day, and this is a special card. The only red card in the deck. Thank you, Urte. So, I would like to say thank you so much. This was a bit of magic from the SDGs to the torn and restore paper you can take home. And I want to leave you with the wonder mindset for social innovation. Believe in the impossible. Challenge the status quo, that's what we discussed today about as well. Collect ideas everywhere, combine diverse ways of thinking, and let's celebrate learning, not failure. So as you learn, if you have practiced now magic, you cannot do magic without doing mistakes. But we should not celebrate the failure, we should celebrate the learning out of it. So this is what I offer to you to take home, like a magic wonder mindset for social innovation. Thank you so much. And we are now coming to an end of this long day. And I would like to thank the whole student team who organized this, the technical provider. Let's give them a big applause. And I like to finish. The strange thing about the futures is they actually never exist. They only exist in our mind. And it's so important that we connect the young generation to create these shared understandings and meanings for the challenges of our times. So thank you so much. And I would say we end this with a loud ooh, yeah. And everybody who wants to join to support Spain can join in, okay? Let's see who's the Spain sympathetics here. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Adiosas.
Tambie. Lekon. Wydaj. Z Bogom.
Ardzieł.
Auf Wiedersehen. Hivasti.
Adios.
Viso gero.
Goodbye.